That way y'all can have four. How many different meadows have? Meadows is what?
3-5. Yep. Yeah.
Online.
All right. Let's go. Share.
On the
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If we can work out, number one.
All right. Flip. Okay. Started that.
So
Started the string. Now I need to text GT and Brittany, or I guess email it, huh? The link.
imagine reading. Three. The reason why I'm asking is because I do, but I never had accurate. I do what you mean. Because I want to see if the kids in both reading their math. Because we only have 22 kids out on COVID.
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're all streaming. I guess I should also. Oh, because. Oh. Okay. Deal with that later. Send it to you for your own reference.
So it's it. My paycheck don't give me multiple.
What happened? Oh, I'm not gonna be able to help you because I know how you are with your pens. I wonder if I can lean this phone. Let me see. I'm gonna lean this phone. Go to my switch accounts. Oh, they ain't gonna be able to see it, so I gotta text them the link. I forgot about that because YouTube right now. I forgot they ain't gonna be able to see it on the school computer. I'm gonna have to text it to them. My bad. All right. Latoya. Oh, that could have gone really wrong. Latoya. Brittany. Raisha. That'll do it. Okay. Lily. It's on a delay, but it's there. So I just got to keep Zoom open. Okay. And I'm going to just try to fit it in the pocket of my purse. That's how we're going to do this. Schwabang. See if that link, if it pull up. I know it's here.
Yeah, that's what the whole thing. And that was when first part of it.
Okay. All right. See, that's because that's what happened. Yeah, because I was like, I seen it, and I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, all right, my bad. And it's not gonna
It's not gonna work so like that.
Oh, yeah, no.
And if that's okay, you're like, oh, you know what? We're just gonna keep it.
Yeah. Let's be like, forget it. No need to waste our time. I need to get a pen out. So, I'm so busy getting everything else out, I didn't think about a traditional writing utensil.
I was one of the kids yesterday. All the kids in tutoring.
Oh, okay.
We did simple multiplication.
Uh-huh.
And it was put the big number on top.
Sorry.
That's for sure.
I told you. That I said redirect your energies. That's what I told you. I said redirect your energies because we can get where we can actually get the growth is in yellow.
On your places, your beautiful name tags that were done by Elizabeth Bostic and printed and put together by Gloria for us, so. You can sit with your cases. I would appreciate it.
So I figured out a way to show it for them. Thanks. Okay, is that okay? Can we record it? I think it is. It's being recorded to my YouTube. Right? That work for you? Okay. So it was only fair consideration. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'll keep it. I'll keep it unlisted. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, it's gonna be long.
At least it still allows them to do. You might not have to record all. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Flo. How you doing? No, okay. Okay.
Hey guys, if you wanna someone put out the beautiful name tag for me, so you'll just see with your team and other people who are visiting, you'll just kind of find a place. Some campuses have more than others. You don't like where you're sitting, always negotiate with someone to move. But if you can sit with your campus, I'd appreciate it. We're gonna do a collaboration. And we got some visitors, which I appreciate. I tell you what, I know.
I'm not sure about that. Okay, there you go. Bostic, I miss you. I miss you. How you doing? I'm okay. You just come. Here's my. You just come. Yes, I'm so good, but I feel like it's work. You just come, just for a little bit. You just think. No, they don't want to let me. I feel like I'm smuggling. Okay. Just don't tell anybody. Yeah, I feel like it's fine. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. I am well, how are you? Thank you. Hey, baby, how are you? I was looking for you. So a district person can sit there. Are all good, Rich? Hi, how are you? Hey, you think I can share that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Plug into that thing. There's some space right there. See, benefit to everybody. It's while we bring it's like bring it. It's in the back. She's icy. Yeah, it's just between coverage and everything else. Yeah, but yeah, she's our icy. She's amazing. It's a wonderful time. It's GT. Okay, that's a fun part. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Excuse me, Miss Wilson. Pardon me, I didn't see her because she got it this right here. She got this right here. She looks totally different. I don't think I've ever seen my illustrator. Like ever. I know. I recognize my illustrator. You're right. You know who's gonna want to see all of this commentary. My bad. My bad, y'all. I forgot. There you go.
everybody has a sleep, please. We are gonna get behind, so. I kind of hate the agenda. I find that we barely keep the time. But got one, but I'm not gonna promise you we're gonna stick exactly to the time. But I am.
Bostic, appreciate it.
Hey, so yesterday I sent out, or last night I sent out an email to my CPC that to send them to your leads. If you do not, you need to do that. This is what you're looking for, and I have set it up for anyone in DeSoto who is supposed to be able to access it. Start with an exclamation point, because I wanted to help with that. Before we get too far into it, I first of all want to thank you guys so very, very much. Okay? If you haven't signed in, people always ask me what we're gonna do for all of that. And every year, when I start planning this, so we're gonna do the best we can. CPC, there are several things we're gonna touch on that are very specific to you. So those are the things I'm gonna go off of. Because I may have to come back and do some hands-on work if you want to be done in the past, to do some up and running for field tests. There's a lot of changes this year, not just in the Southern area, but throughout the state. Can everybody hear me? I don't see a mic or anything. Let's take the call. Those of you who are sitting here, I'll try to stand back. Y'all will do that. there are, the whole word to me for this year is done. And if you're feeling overwhelmed, you are in completely good company. You have a brand new program with NWEA math. How many of you have ever used that in a different district? Well, you're lucky, and you have been our guide. The way we rolled it out, let's be honest, it wasn't the best. But, you know, we had some change in personnel, and some people started it, are here now, and some of us who got in before. So I appreciate you for coming on. You've all taught yourselves pretty much, because I know a lot of you were at the training in August, some of you weren't. I keep hearing, and I've communicated this in the NWA, that it's not very complete. It does a great job of telling us what the program will do. It does a great job on the data, but it doesn't do a great job of the nitty-gritty. How do we make it work? How do we set up sessions? What do we do with the kids? All those kind of things. So we're working on that. We're working on making it more seamless for teachers. One of the issues is it's such a teacher-directed program. Those of you in the elementary school are better prepared for that because you're we are not going to talk about that today. And I know you want to, but what has happened all year is start being pushed back, not just for you, but for me. So we're going to, at the end of the day, after for the district, STAR is going to determine our monies, our ratings, all kind of stuff. And for the high school, it's going to determine graduation. So we have to get serious about STAR. And I'm not, and if you were here last year, you will know that we had these long windows, which proved to be a nightmare. You will also know that we had a lot of people who were pretty lackadaisy. We can't do that this year. Now, so we want to make sure that that's not going on this year. I would love to go around and do an introducing game. Those who know me know I love those kind of things. But I want you to see people you know. So I'm going to do something real quick. Let's have a shout out for the Meadows. Right notes. Let's have a shout out from Ruby Young. Let's have a shout out from Catherine Johnson. Let's have a shout out from West Middle School. Let's have a shout out from McAllen Middle School. And let's have a shout out from the flagship, the Southern High School. And Mr. Darden is here. It looks like he just stepped out for DAP. And y'all help him how we can because he just stepped in the middle of this. And I don't really know anyone originally that part of that job. So you guys show him some love. So, and then we have a lot of district staff who jumped in to help. Those of you on the district staff, could you give a shout out? Thank you guys for that. So, appreciate all of you and wish I had time to do an introduction. But I'm going to oh my gosh. Do we have anyone from Woodbridge?
There you go.
What you guys know is since today is STAR, Couple Hill and and Woodridge, in case you've forgotten, are now pre-K to 2. So the only star test they really give is Shellback. So there is some people that come, which we greatly appreciate, and appreciate Dr. Morgan's encouraging them to come. And then Ms. Lily came because I feel like we need every backup and personal knowledge we can get. So I really appreciate her coming at my request. I appreciate Cora coming today at my request. These are 2 people I just feel like in the world we're living in now, we need as many people as possible to know. And then I've got SPED and ESL here as backups and also 504. So I appreciate you guys coming too. So without further ado, we're going to jump in. Okay, this me, Susan John, District Testing Coordinator. As you begin to use this, when you get closer to testing, please don't put my name, put yours. And this is in the, this is more what I'm using for you. You can use it with your campuses, but it's like a bunch of slides. So it's more for you. And there's a lot of things I've left in here that we're not going to go over. And just those of you who don't know me, I don't read slides to teachers. If I read you a slide, it's really important to me. I'm assuming you all are responsible enough to go to this PowerPoint. And I've had people say, well, they won't. And to which I say, I can only give the material and encourage you and tell you what's important. You're all grown-ups. My 3-year-old granddaughters love to sing this song from a show called Daniel Tiger. Grown-ups come back. Grown-ups come back. And they encourage each other when their parents are gone with the song. Remember, one of them. And so one day, Ellie says to Claire, don't worry, Ellie. I mean, don't worry, Claire. Susu's a grown up. And then she looks at me and she goes, right? You're a grown up. So I said, yes, I am. And I told my brother, you that you're gonna have to say that. But so we're all grown ups here. And I expect you to go through this. I am not gonna read it to you. So there are 3 stages of transition in testing. I want y'all to take close attention. Did you get that fixed? Okay. The first stage is panic. And there will be points today where you're going to be at that. And let me point out that these stages aren't linear. Just when you get through panic and get to acceptance, you'll wake up in the middle of the night and find yourself back at what? Panic. Do you see yourself there? I'm this person. I know my husband a couple of days ago said, aren't you supposed to have left for work? I go, yes. Pull the covers over my head. So sometimes we do that. I figured Betty White would not mind. She was already there. And then we go into denial. Oh, it's fine. I got it. This is my favorite little boy. He's like, yeah, it's fine. So, or the fire all around. It's fine, no worries. And then hopefully, at the end of today, will be a little bit of acceptance because we're going to have a plan and we're going to collaborate. We're not going to be islands working alone. And Mr. Gardner, I already told them that you are brand new to this and encourage them to let you know if they come up with tips or tricks. Okay, not that he's new to testing, just new to the able testing, which is its own. You were good. To come down. Okay, cool. So this is what we're doing. This is not necessarily our agenda. This is our agenda for this slideshow. Kind of in here, what we're going to do in that break is actually I changed it after I did this, so not all. But this is kind of what we're going to cover in this PowerPoint and some other things. and you have a update. So, you don't want to see here.
Cora's got one point.
I think I used the chorus last time. So, first of all, the test, I want to be really clear on this, and I'll put an exception. Yeah, you can say that. So all students in grades 3 through 8 are required to take STAR. The only exception is unschooled asylees or refugees who meet the requirements. And they are also required by federal and state law to take these tests. So make sure people understand when they're writing, it's not just a Texas requirement, it's a federal requirement. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to operate a school without federal funding. Neither do you.
Just, Mrs. Jones, if I may add, just so you know, we do not have any asylees or refugees in the district. So that at the moment does not apply.
Thank you. I also have placed in this, in the Google Doc paper, it is another district put it out, but it comes from TEA, and it talks about how there is no opt-out. So when people tell you, oh, I'm gonna opt out, where's the paperwork? Unfortunately, there are districts in North Texas, some of them, the most prestigious, who have these opt-out papers. That's what they call them. Now, when you press them about it, they're like, oh, well, we don't call it opt-out. It's just crazy. And they let kids come and just click, or turn in a blank answer document, and score it. But I want to be clear that kids, and especially I think with this SSI changing when they don't have to come in the summer, we're going to run into that in elementary grade. We basically already have. And we even ran into it in December at the high school when they have to have ELC to graduate. Oh, that's been waived. No, we're not. No, haven't. And so make sure you encourage parents to understand that there's no opt-out. And at this point, they don't always care that it's going to affect the district, but it is. You have to show growth. And it's going to affect our ability to educate their child. We're going to have to data. And in high school, or even in 8th grade, if it's algebra, they'll graduate. And they can do it, they'll say, oh, well, I'm going to do one of those projects. There are schools like SET and IGC, and I want to go somewhere on that. NCAA stop Cleveland scholarship, they're not going. So these are the ones that EOC. In EOC, and I try to educate everybody about all levels, because we're all ambassadors for the district. They take, when they're completing the course, the thing that makes EOC so much more difficult is that it's not grade level. Now, there's some generalizations, one and two, but you can take, kids take these all over the place. And so, students do not take it, and they're not eligible if they've only completed one half of the semester. We ran into this at DAP because kids aren't on a regular semester. Because West, when she was there, really cleaned it up for us. And at the high school, you know, when I speak with counselors, I'll be making sure that they know that, because we run into that sometimes, where a kid is transferred in or something, and in algebra 8th grade, y'all need to watch that. Okay, and this is just for your information. It's a flow chart you can look at, but it's just kind of helping you know the requirements. Accelerated testers. This impacts you guys at the elementary. You middle school assessments, if you complete the STAR, then you're going to have to take, they're going to have to take the ACT or the SAT in high school through the federal requirements. And they give us a list of these students. But also, just to make sure you guys know, in the upcoming, field test, your students test on whatever they're going to take STAR. So some of you, I don't believe we have it except for one elementary school student I'm aware of, but I know we have it at some of the middle schools. I know we have it at KJ grade level, 3 through 8, unless they're an accelerated class. You've got to get that list. You're gonna have to notice that. I'm gonna have to put flags on your registration, because that is a huge irregularity. Test is the wrong thing. So if you have kids who are advanced and in 8th grade, you have to make sure that they're not taking a 8th grade math test, if they're taking algebra test. So these are gonna become important, and they're already beginning. Substitute assessments, Ms. West and I will agree with that, so I'll let that one go. Okay, how important is that? But for reading, so whatever subject the student is studying, that's the star they take, whatever teach they are learning. And then House Bill 4545, I put this in here, it's going to change it to assessment, it hasn't removed the SSI requirements, but in practice, there's no April test. You test only for 5 and 8. Everybody tests in May, and there is no summer test. And I'm going to put that, and you're going to hear people talk about this. I want to educate you. There's some things about that TEA may only require annual training for campus testing coordinators, which we normally do multiple. And campus testing coordinators may, with discretion, require other educators to repeat training. Jose, who is over all of the assessment TA, said there are some things in the law that say unless there have been changes. And so he said this year, everybody can train, and the district can make those changes, also can make those requirements. So this year, we are not making drastic changes. We are doing the multiple trainings as we've done in the past. And because of problems we had last year, so if anyone asks you, but this will impact us going forward. We will stop having so many trainings. But again, that just depends on how we do. So you have it in case you need to look at it. Health Pass is going to be impacted too, but again, for this year, Jose Rios has said, please train your people because it's all new to the platform. So some of this, again, is for your information. So if someone asks you, especially from us, you're the campus expert. Now, how do you learn? The best way to learn is am I the best way to learn?
No.
I wish I was, and I'm getting there. I like to be an expert, and I'm no expert on math. But I am learning along with you this new system, and I've had a lot more opportunities to learn. So I am happy to lead. But what we have here is called the LMS, the Learning Management System. And when you log into Cambium, there's Tide and there's LMS. And LMS has all kinds of training, and you can choose if you're the district testing coordinator, the campus testing coordinator, if you're a rater, calibrator, there's all kinds of roles. And if you click on it, there's lots of trainings. So this is your key, and we're going to look at it. We're going to actually pull up Cambium, but I want you to know about this. So this is going to be, there's PowerPoints, there's presenter notes, there's Q&A, there's all kinds of things in this LMS, learning management system, and it's in the Cambium system, and everything's there. There's no going to Pearson, going here, going there. It's all here. Star off, Pell Pass off, and Star. And here you go. This is what it looks like. You see all the roles that are available. And then make sure you click on the different categories. We also have online practice tests. Later on, we're going to look at some of our responsibilities. Every single person in this room is going to find under your responsibilities, every single campus person, and I would say district people, I need your help too. We've got to get people practicing. Because, and one person said to Ms. Hannibal last year, well, this is not how I teach my kids. I teach my kids on paper. And now Ms. Hannibal, I love her answer. She said, my mission is to change the way you teach. And but it's not like to do a free basket turnover, but the strategies you taught kids to do on paper teachers have got to transfer that to online now. They will always have scratch paper in this, they should. As long as I'm here and somebody tells me no. They can have scratch paper, and they can do anything. The only thing they have to do is shred it. They have to turn it in. But, and you know, monitor devices, all kind of things, we have limits to what we can give them in a supplemental aid. But that doesn't mean they can't take scratch paper and write it out. If they learn something, they can get that scratch paper and write it down. Reading test, they have a reading mnemonic that they cannot have to write it at the top of their scratch paper. Nothing wrong with that. They can share it with anybody. They write it down. So anything they do, they can do on paper, but teach them to use the highlighters, teach them to use the notes. Because years ago, I've told this story before, I was over at Northside and I went in afterwards and asked them what they thought one of our first years. And I was astounded at these fifth graders to give me details about how they use the sticky notes. So I praised the team and said, oh my God, I'm to see y'all practice. And they just are doing it. So it's surprising, you know, but we're gonna practice more than once. But you gotta get the practice going, and they're online, parents have access to. And we're gonna get a communication out for parents. But you do it at the campus level, we're gonna do it at the district level, and these are kind of the practices available. There are 2021 STAR release tests, and I've got to talk to Dr. Asbury about whether she may want us to use it differently. So the best update in this new system is that we have one login. TDS, DEI, CRS, LMS, and TFAR. So TIDE is where we register. TDS, I don't even know what that is yet. DEI is for TELPAS and STAR All. It's where you enter in answers. Could be used on STAR if a kid met that qualification. CRS is the reporting, the reports, and LMS is the learning management system. TFAR is a system for practice testing, but not specific to this. I mean, it's more like a math test only through different way to evaluate where you're at. Okay? We're not using it at this point. The student registration and test attribute files are in there, and we now use the TSBS number in this system, not the PEDS number, and they surely don't care about the campus either. The good news is, for you CTCs, when you pull a report down, test down. So, and I register. So the beauty of this system is that there is one registration. So in the past, we registered for every test. I registered for English 1. I registered for algebra. I registered for TELPAS. I registered for STAR. And TELPAS and STAR weren't even in EPS. So it's very different. It's hard to change our language. But essentially, every student who is in the district as of January 1st is registered already. Now, I haven't done an update because one of the glitches is that if I update, I can wipe out the flags I set for TELPAS and STAR. So they're working on that, and I'm working. We're all working together in Texas. How do we do that? How do we manage that? But I've already registered for TELPAS, and I've registered for STAR. I've got to go back and check on some of our TELPAS off. But the way it is that every student is registered one time. And then what they say is you set the flags. So I set a flag that they take TELPAS. I think I set a flag. If you said we had to set flags both, this is fun. Both that they're a retester and algebra 1, and that they're supposed to take algebra 1 ELC. You set both flags. Guess what? So there are some crazy things in the system. Overall, we're going to put all of our effort and focus into learning one system. PTCs, I've already told you what that means is that you're the ones who register me. I registered the whole camp, the whole district, and then when we get down to that nitty gritty before testing, we say someone's not there, it'll be the CTCs that do the registration. Don't send me an email with someone's initial. I know we do that in sped and all that, but we can't register kids with an initial. We've got too many kids at the same name. So we're gonna need a full name. They're gonna need the school ID. And if you have the TSDS number, they need that too. And it'll be faster. We're gonna set up some timetables so we're not doing it before you testing, but inevitably there will be some of that. The CRS is the centralized reporting system. We get faster test results, we can customize. There's all kind of availability for CRS. That's how we pull your data. The hospital data, of course, is similar. Josh is like a data magician. It's phenomenal at doing all kind of stuff. If I say I need to know this and this, or I need to compare these two, and I'm trying to do highlighting and it's like, let me do that in 5 minutes. Done perfectly with some pivot table. Way over my head, but I appreciate his help. So we'll be learning more about CRS when I spend a lot of time with it. This is the calendar of events. We normally get these in September. We got them about 2 weeks ago. So Miss Dr. Vargas is going to give, I think I've got enough to do 3 per campus and 4 for the hospital. The CDCs, you need one. If you want one in your office, one in your testament, or principal wants one. Just remember that this is my dates, my deadlines. So don't rush when I tell you your deadline is a week earlier. Because experience tells me I can't let you have my deadline. Because I get, I was in my car and it's going, my daughter's sick, whatever. And I feel for you, I really do. But you know, when your problem is my problem, then we've got a real problem. And I find, TEA, and they don't care. This is my deadline. So what you can do, because what happens, like we tell our students when they say, my computer was working midnight. We say, why don't we just start on it? So, I'm gonna say the same thing to you. There are updated manuals. We are getting those manuals in. I do not bring them here today. I'm pretty sure the students that I have. There's already, but they are updated. If you've got old manuals in your testing room, what do you need to do?
Awesome.
You shred them? No, they're not secure materials.
Just toss them. Just toss them. Yeah, just toss them.
Recycle. We used to have a DTC that made reeds out of them. I do not have that now. Now, for Starl 2, leaves, for Starl and DTC, for Starl 2, of course, I have to send stuff back. But manuals that are on, that you can go to TA and download the manual, that's not secure. So recycle. And we've got TELPAS, the test administrator manual, will continue to be available online and printed. And TELPAS Law is only available online, and I'm sure they're going to go into that. If we have students testing on paper, which we should not have very many, but if we do, I want you to know that you're going to get an ID label. And you have to affix the ID labels to the answer documents. They do not come pre-printed. And if you have a new student and or a student who doesn't have a pre-printed ID label, you have to print the ID label on your computer and affix it. There's no more bubbling in the stuff. Why have they made it so complicated?
They want to make it
Say Rios at a meeting I was just at said, he did not even think paper would be an option next year. It wouldn't even be put as an option. We wouldn't even talk about it as an option, and that it will become more like the accommodations where we have to send a request to TA. We will only put people on paper if we can verify one. And we already as a district have moved in that direction. Today, I got a flag that my test pan had a glitch. And it was in Edgerton. So it's an EL student. And it, all it said was oral. So I didn't see, so I moved that, so I put all evidence that says oral to text to speech. Now, if you have a child that you have proved has to test orally, then I need to see the talk. And I suspect, I hardly know any EL students that aren't online, so I suspect someone was playing oral and didn't click the oral text to speech. I also, there are some additional enhancements. The 001s, which really we're not testing on paper, so we're not gonna worry about that to start off, which is a paper test. We're getting more, which we already spoke about yesterday in this law lesson. Some of you don't know why that matters. I can tell you why it matters, because I've driven all around the south part of, Lancaster, and I've had them come to me, we had to share books just to get tested in the past 2 years, because I wouldn't see this enough. So that's a big deal. Image cards are gonna be pre-cut this year and packaged, and you can scan them.
Oh, good.
So those of you who are CTCs and have been involved in Straw, wondering why that's important. Well, they'll come in an envelope, in a plastic bag, really. You'll be able to scan them, we'll have that scan for them. They will already be cut up, and we'll send them back. And when you distribute them to your Straw teachers, make sure they understand that they're responsible, just like if it were a test book, just like if it were an answer document, they're gonna have to return. In the nice little packet and not a whole bunch of crayons in one. You give them 20 cards, they need to see you back those 20 cards. For those of you who are math gurus, you can now choose between Texas Instruments or Desk Notes online. That's something new. The 4-function calculator is available for 3 through 7 who meet the eligibility, not for everyone. Science and biology will also include the 4-function calculator and a scientific calculator. And current online practice tests are in package devices. In addition, what do we do in Minnesota? Someone tell me. In addition to these embedded calculators, what can you do?
Our physical calculator.
Yes, you can give them a calculator.
Yeah.
If your district has them. But I want you to know they're there, and some kids are learning these. And for districts who, we think of ourselves as a poor district, and guys, there are CTCs, district testing coordinators that will just beside themselves with joy when they're starting, because they don't have enough money. We think we're a poor district, we're not the poorest. There are places where they don't have the money for everything they have to have class 6. We have online monolingual dictionary also. English is the Merriam-Webster. It's also going to be available for that standalone field test we're doing. And then Spanish is the Oxford for only grades 3 through 5 reading. And it will also be available for the standalone field test. Yes, they can. They can. And we have the sources. A lot of people don't know that, and yes, they can. It's not embedded. And just like with calculators, can you hand out paper dictionaries? Dr. Vargas was talking about some of the rules for EL. Okay, this is what the accessibility enhancements. We've got Braille versions to do. Any campus here have a Braille student that I don't know about. I don't know any Braille students. It just takes one day to get one. So I don't go into Braille and I don't go into AS now, because right now, do we have anyone that needs sign language? Okay, so CTCs and leads. Because the leads will know before the CTC. If you get a student who needs Braille or ASL, you need to alert CTC immediately. CTC for like this. Because I don't really cover this right now. We also have a larger mouse pointer, and we have the color set. It's important for your kids to practice for many reasons. But one of them is so they know what size they want the pointer. They can make it really big or really small. lot of things they can do. And that's that. So make sure your kids practice and, you know, tell them they need to remember what it is.
Is the time, it's still the time.
There are oral enhancements. Now, this is the biggest change. Biggest. Our biggest change. Oral testing. So, there are two types of text-to-speech this year. One is what we've been doing. It's student directed. The student clicks a button, and it's a little more complicated than it was in ETS. So we will want kids to practice, and they kind of have to do a full building. And it will read what they want it to read. And yeah, they've got to practice because it's a little more complicated. But the other, yes,
When you said to read what they want to read, that includes passages?
was never, it's an online test. It's never going to let you read something. Right? But it lets them read whatever's eligible to be read. One of the beauties of online testing is that's out the window. TA is never going to set up a test to read something that can't be read. They don't have to worry about that. The other thing is called all. All text to speech, and everyone says, oh, that sounds great. It'll read every question and every answer. It has to have it read. But here's what I got to tell you. So if a kid has that, they cannot go to one question. So it will be a whole question and every single answer. And there's no clicking. It will let them stay there. And when you get to the reading passages, it will read all the questions immediately. So they have to listen to that before they read. So I would really, so if you haven't done the practice on the master relationship, you need to do it. We don't have time today, I don't think. If we do, we're going to. But you've got to leave in CPC. You need to do a practice in the next week. You don't have to do the whole test. But choose, do a math and do a reading. You don't have to do like 5 questions. But put all the tools on so you know what we're talking about. And do a couple in text, in reading, do a couple in text, you know, in full text to speech or just text to speech. You'll see it different. And I'm going to try to show you that this afternoon. Yes. Good. Yeah, school and that option is these work differently. We've been talking about it, so that's something that we're gonna have to address. Unfortunately, we have lots of kids that it's chosen read every. In fact, we've got lots of kids where it says the student can choose and it says read every question. Those are against one another. So please, definitely. And I don't have to talk about last week. I haven't more with special ed before because you can see there. Make sure people understand you can't do both. You can't read every question and answer and do student practice. They're against one another. So make sure, and I did talk to special ed people at the beginning of the year, but you can't do both. So please, one of your jobs is going to be to start looking at this. Counselors, leads, CDCs, because we've got to get some clarification on this. Now, last year, I'm having everybody test out with the blessing of special ed. No matter what they do. So I'm going to leave it that way for right now until I've told you otherwise. But what I will do is we will take specific students that need all, and I will hand you them. Because Jose Rio said last week, this should be rare. And we're like, oh yeah, in his mind, this is rare that a student would be every single word read, especially as they got older. So this is going to require some adjustments on our part. It's not going to be perfect this year. And this they can choose all kinds of things. So they can have somebody reading like this, somebody reading like this, somebody reading like this. Same voice. And they can say, please have your answer book documents. You're not gonna read. You get what I'm saying. So they need to practice this because on test day, they need to know, do they like the man's voice, the woman's voice, how do they like it? And as you practice with them, you might want to have them write it on a card. They can't bring that card in on the checker map. I don't believe they can. You can choose. But if they carry around with them on a card as they practice, the hope is that by test day they'll know. Because if they're practicing 4 or 5 times. So there we go. Okay, so test security. I've included these slides on test security. This is what TEA trains me on. Okay, I've kept them there for yours. Okay, if you will notice, if you look, that test security starts on slide 43, and it's going to go all the way down to slide 63. So about 20 slides. We're not going to go through these. They are for your benefit to give you a little bit more knowledge. What we are going to do is kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And we are going to look at the training that you're going to be having to do between now and February 7th. I think I'm on the calendar to have it done by February 4th, which is the Friday before, but that's not very far away. They moved our district moved our field test up to the 8th, and we had common assessments. But unfortunately, that means our training is this year. High school, you have a training on security, so you don't have to do the security. Elementary and middle school, you don't test again until February. And so your job, so I'm going to give you some discernment, but in reading the rules, you have to have a security training and a help. And this is not the one you did for math. This is the STAR one. So I put this together for you. It is not as detailed as what we might normally do, but I think this will suffice for elementary because we're going to go, because we're not going to go from February to May. We're not talking about that security. That's too many right there. So we will do another security training when we get closer at the end of April. In high school, you've done a secure one, so I'll let you be the judge of how much of this should be done. I suggest you send it out. Okay, so don't put my picture. I've gone to trainings before, and the person has my picture. I am not a coordinator on your campus. Put your own picture. I'm just showing you, okay? And my favorite place on earth. Where is it? Mr. Gardner can tell you. The winners of the 2000. So, and the big one. So this is what you're going to be talking to your people about. Test security, preparing for the field test, campus testing plan, and the new platform. So, disclaimer, know your people. This does not replace the requirements of reading the appropriate manual. And there is a manual for field test. So, these are some links. These are links to the manuals, and I did a little do's and don'ts and testing. It's kind of testing. You're welcome to put in the bucket. You're welcome to. It should work, but it's not true. So we'll see how that is. Make sure, and I did put February 4th. If you need to do it on February 7th, and but that's really good. We're giving the test on that. And POC will put that on. run a regular star test. We got a lot of people who want to have come into this industry in all kind of other ways. Any of you. So don't assume. And when they complain, say, you know what, when we don't have irregularities, or anyone new. So make sure you emphasize this. I'm not gonna read it to you. I don't expect you to read it to them. I expect you to talk to them about it. So we're all responsible. They need to know that. It's before, it's during, and it's after. A lot of people forget the after. They talk about it. They have to receive the test security and confidentiality training and sign an oath. This is fulfilling that requirement for the field test. We're just putting it in one PowerPoint. And talk about the test. And here's the big one. If you know that someone is breaking a rule and you don't report it, you become liable. And if you think somebody's not gonna know, well, Miss Bostic knew I did it, you are wrong.
They are.
Your best friend's not driving under the
Yeah.
bus. And I will tell every one of you in this room.
I knew it. I knew it. I
I
knew it.
That's
That's what it was.
At the high school.
When I thought,
I love you. I'll do anything I can to help you, except I won't lose my teaching certificate. I won't lose my job.
no.
I not lose my job if it's a matter of, but not for a testing operation. And I'm the one who signed the oath with TEA, not you, me. And me and the superintendent are the only two people in the entire district who have an oath on file with TEA. We have to sign to. But when I say I won't lose my teaching certificate, you have to. And I would highly recommend you don't lose your teacher. So be wary of this. If you hear something, you don't have to report it. Cora has done a great job of that. Just on that test. Not being mean, not being cruel, but letting me know what's happening. You got to stop to do that. Got to, you lead, you got to communicate with your CTCs. When something doesn't seem right, CTCs, you got to communicate with me. Some of the things we just keep on record here. And some we send to TA. One of the things is cell phones, and they pointed this out in our recent training. If your teacher catches a kid on a cell phone and takes it up, that's not a irregularity, that's pat on the back. I don't report that to TA, they were doing their job. If the kid has a cell phone at the end of the test, and starts writing it. Just sure not you read this, but I always want people to know this is official. It comes from the Texas Administrative Code. And, you know, these are the things that can happen. It's tested and validated, it can be required, it can forward the district's rating. A person who assists in the violation of or solicits another to violate is subject to these penalties on their teaching certificate. It can be suspended, it can be reprimanded, suspended, or it can be revoked for a short period of time or canceled for life. And that's what it's going to look like. Even if you're under investigation. And I say, do not risk being placed under investigation or having your credentials revoked. And also, make sure you're really monitoring your teachers, because we have had a bogus accusation made since I've been here. I was an assistant DTC at the time, and it was investigated. And one of the things that saved the teacher was those signs in the house, because they had been monitored by a district monitor or a campus monitor and signed their name, that there was no way what the parent was the teacher was at. And there are stories of teachers who didn't get a promotion, reporting on somebody 2 years later, and it was left under the school. Now, the district should have, in both cases that DTCs have talked about it, turned out to be jealousy. Those no truth to it. So be cautious, really investigate. People like to throw one another under the bus. And I want to say something really clearly here. When I'm asked when I ask for an irregularity to be filled out, I mean for it to be filled out. And I had some issues with this last year, and I want to know what you did, what you observed. I don't want to know what you think somebody else did. And CPCs, don't get caught up in that. You need to tell me the facts that you know, not somebody's opinion. Make sure that you tell me what your responsibility is. It doesn't mean you're gonna lose your teacher certificate, but I'll tell you something, when somebody keeps telling me what somebody else did and not what they did, that's a biggest red flag I can think of. And ultimately, I put it all together and send the report to the PA. And if I can't get an answer from you, what can I say? You just keep telling me, oh, it's Jay Nelson, man, it's all our fault. I don't know what that, I don't need to hear from you what they did. I need to hear from you what you did. I don't know what you did. And the CTC will investigate you over. I'm really serious about this year. And I may come up with two, I do not have the new one. I don't like the old one. And so we may have, I think people hate the word irregularity. I may change it to incident. It's really I decide if it's irregularity. And sometimes we just want records. Like the cell phone failed, the teacher may have been doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. A few years ago, one of my favorite teachers, his name is escaping me right now, in the computer lab caught two kids cheating. He went in trouble, he did his job, but he still had to fill out some paperwork for me. So I had a record of what happened. Sometimes we just need a record. You didn't do anything wrong, but we need, if the kid sees that you know, spoke with the kid, they may want to know what some parents can go, oh, well, I heard it, I heard this one took cell phone. I bet he was cheating. Well, no, he wasn't, but we need to, so I need paperwork. I need to know what happened. Protect yourself and encourage your teachers. It's not a black market, maybe the thing that saves them, their account, they tell me that there is. There are two types of irregularities: procedural and serious, accommodation errors, accounting errors, eligibility errors, and training errors. We don't have too much trouble with accounting errors, especially now that we're on computers, but on computers, we sometimes have trouble getting the tickets back. Tickets are secure answer documents. And that ticket will log on for that child from then on. It's not like ETS where every ticket is different. That ticket is that child's ticket forever. So if it gets out there, any kid can take that ticket, use that ticket to get into any test. Now for that kid's right. So it's very, very important that those tickets are accounted for. CTC and your helper. You make them sign how many they got, you make them turn in, and if there's one off, you're not checked out. Accommodation errors. I hear this a lot. Oh, when in doubt, give them the accommodation. That's the regularity.
Yes.
So you gotta know. It's like, oh, we don't know for sure if they have content language, so we'll give it to them. Y'all are messed up. No, you can't do that. It's an irregularity either way. You gotta find the answer. Do they get it or do they not?
Just stop.
And training, when you let somebody test, didn't come to the training, so keep a good sign in and a record. And that's why when you say, hey, can I not come to this training today? And cannot not come. CPC, you've got to be here. And then monitoring, that's another one. And you see what we got going on. There's a video that I'm going to send out to you that you may want to show people that I haven't got to watch all of it, but I heard about it and I found it and then I lost it. So I got to find it where teachers actually activated during a sheet of what not to do during monitoring. And it kind of helps people, you know, they laugh, but it just kind of helps them know what they don't do. So some of the biggest problems, leaving the room, not monitoring students during a break. Yes, they can't talk about the test at lunch. Not preparing the testing environment, having desks everywhere, having stuff on the walls that they can't have on the wall. Not reading the directions. That is mind-blowing. I've been doing this longer than most people, and I would Because, well, there it is, confirm that students submit online tests. This is a great picture of not after month. Okay, and I want you guys to know this, that I actually have pictures of students testing on. A lot of issues, I kept finding paper, pencil, and, so, yeah.
Years ago, when I was CCC, there were modules that the teachers
And there-
had. Are they still, do they still have the modules?
We do have those models, we required them last year. CCC doesn't talk to you about it, I don't want to require it for the field test, because it's on the 8th, and I'd rather than work on practicing. The models are all paper tests. So I watched one of them, a lot of districts, and we've been asking TA, if you have anything about online. So I'm gonna head on that, but for field tests, let's not worry about it. And I've talked to some people about us doing it. So, see how that goes. We've got, okay, so. And you know about serious irregularities, those are the ones that cause you. Like, taking a picture. Viewing, tampering with responses, you know, I tell people, like, tell your teacher, don't touch the mouse. You can point at the screen. One of the hardest things for teachers to understand is they can help kids with the online tools. But they don't do it, don't touch the mouse. So that makes you look, I can't defend you. That's another reason you don't have a cell phone. So, but you can't duplicate, you can't score the test, you can't exempt or prevent a student from participating. That's one of the issues we have at the high school and middle school. Maybe the last year we've had a lot of absences. And when you got a lot of absences and they're special population, it really raises the flag. Why are you not testing this person? Why are you not doing it? A few years ago, we got investigated. They said that we weren't testing our special ed kids. I was a CPC, my kids are, and it turned out that someone had entered the codes wrong for the star-off kids. And so we had like 28 kids showing up as that we didn't test them. And it turned out that it was a coding error. And we have a ton of code in high school for every school. And they've been coded on the system. Sherry Dean figured it out just like that and corrected it. We were out of trouble with parking. But you gotta be careful. And encouraging or assisting someone else to do it. Field test is supposed to be February 8th across the district. It is only offered online. It is an online administration. You can go over this with your campuses. I think there's nothing here that's unusual about what you're going to have. That's what the city part looks like. If you want big signs, go for it. But you don't have to. I just people if I had if I was you. Details. All students grades 3 to 5 who take STAR Spanish reading in the spring are required to take the field test. You hear that? All. Doesn't matter what your campus is assigned. If you have a 3rd through 5th grader that's going to take Spanish reading, they have to take Spanish reading on the field test. Even if your school doesn't have to be reading, they have to be reading. Okay, so we'll be talking to CTCs about how many kids that is. Grade 3 to 5 is English and Spanish. The designated supports are available except for Braille and ASL, which is impacting us. And students will receive above grade level instruction, which is taken in the field test. So again, the 5th grader is going to take algebra, but your campus probably isn't chosen to take algebra. If you're a class 7th graders taking 8th grade math, what test are they going to, and your campus is chosen to test in 8th grade math?
That's what they said.
And they're not timed. They say it's not timed, and then they say they have 5 hours, which no, you have one 5th grade that gives you hours and hours. You can go out. But I don't think the part. So they're not timed, but then they say they had 5 hours. They can't, they do have to complete it in one day. They can't complete it the next day. And most will finish in 2 or 3 hours. I think what they're trying to say is it's not time, but like, you know, you don't want to get started. Here's the assignments. So you can see all the elementaries, you all have to do grades 3 through 5 Spanish reading language arts. The Meadows, the EAP, that's all you've got to do. You don't have any other tests that you have to give. So that probably means you don't have to give us that test to that. I doubt you should have 3rd through 5th graders that's taking it. But you might escape. There was something that came up about testing kids like their campus subject. Got high school is West Army knows, all you're taking is algebra, West, all you're taking is 8th grade science, McAllen, all you're taking is 7th grade. Okay? So we're all testing on the A, move. And we will test our computer, family. And this is some FAQ on field test. Click on it and click on it too. Now, are you going to show this to your school just like this?
No.
No, I don't want to come to your campus and see the slide. You are going to make it work. And I just do the 3 columns because that's one way to do it. And then I gave you another one. This is in another language. So I'm just giving you, like, if you want to do first, you do this, second, you do this. If you want to use either one of these slides, or you just want to do a plain slide, however you want to do it, however many slides it takes, what are you going to do in your campus? And you don't need to show this. You just need to put what you're doing and the link. Because I promise you, if you show more than what your campus is, then somebody will get it. Some summary of responsibilities. Testing coordinator. This is your job. As administrators, this is their job. Sean, you may want to follow me because I know it's got down here. So. Now. So what I want all of you to do right now is we're going to look at this together and we're going to log on to tape. So students taking their STAR exams, which is all of us, are going to be logging into the new STAR online test platform. Okay? That's an SOTP, STAR online test platform. It used to be ETS and Pearson, now it's taken. Okay? And it's going to look like this. The cute little Texas thing is gone. I know, so bad. So it should look like that. Right? And once the student is in, their screen is going to look like this. Okay? We'll go through this. Let me go through this with you and then we'll stop. I have to say this, Cora was one of my students. I'm a little partial to her. I did not make her into an amazing teacher. But I'm happy to have her. She is a great resource for the hospital. So it's going to look like this. This is what the tickets look like. We should have all seen the ticket today with the live. and you know that's what it looks like, and you know this is how they sign in. It will not have a specific test name, it will not have accommodations, and we had some districts that did these mail merges, and I thought, oh, that's so clever, and guess what TA said? Can't do it. No. So, that's all they did. Where's the problem then? Come on, now, Leach, want to know, where's the problem with tickets just like this?
You want to verify the accommodation.
Yeah. And, Mr. Lawrence can tell you, I mean, he was amazing, just going through those and checking. I'm sure some of the rest of you were too. We would use those tickets, and that was our last. We looked at the paperwork, but then that was our last stop. And then the kids could verify, teachers could verify with test count. So kids really have to know what their accommodations are, and we really have to check it in the system before they start testing. Okay, because that's all that's on the ticket. And the platform, you do need to train your teachers, starting with this field test, to have kids check. I don't think you do this in the beginning. Make sure they're checking their first name, their last name, their grade, and they may not know their TSPS number, but they can check it against this ticket. And they need to make sure that ticket is there. The, what is it, that we're at the high school, we have 2 kids. Yeah, so you really got to check those. And I want to tell you, as much as I love the head start, I cannot tell you, you had Byron and Brian. Oh, and they were both spelled B-R-Y. I mean, I told them. And yes, we tested them. We started this one day. I trust you. So Ms. Jackson and I, we just were talking, we have been together from the very beginning. I think Mr. Lawrence stayed for about a year before I found out his experience at the 9th grade center in Dragon.
Just I want to share real quick, when I was assistant principal many years ago, and I was doing my class list over the summer, and I set up all my classes in intermediate school, so this might not apply to the high school. But I had 2 students, they were twins. One was Jose Delgadillo, and the other one is Josue. So when I saw those twins, I talked to mom, and she was okay with having them in different classes, because sometimes mom wants to put them together. So I said, I need to separate them for my sanity, because when start comes, I want them in 2 different classrooms. So I just wanted to share that story.
Now, really be careful. Really have your teachers have the kids check. We've got to learn this step. Because it is a regularity to check it on one test. If you do it, I need to know. We can, you know, it can be a real problem. After the student verifies, then they're going to see the test available, and they click on the name of the release test again. I pulled this from other sources, but I have a session, so it shouldn't open to that test. I think this is more of my practice, but I wanted to get that out here because I'm new to this too. But I believe when you have the session set up, if you set up your sessions correctly, because that's the job of the CCC, if you set up your sessions correctly, that's all that's going to open up. So if you're seeing kids that have short, we may need to take this out. I can't be in here for that. Ta-da! Here we are at the end. Thanks. And again, please don't give my information out. Please withdraw here. And I love this picture, so I just went there. School or something funny. And I'm going to take these off, but I just left these here just for you guys, because if you want to make this a prettier PowerPoint, go for it. And then I thought this was really cool. I wanted this for my introductory. I wanted to put a picture and make it. I couldn't make it work. I am not. My son says technology is not your first language. So people say there's not a problem with diversity. So, so this is it, that's what you did, again, take these off, this is just for you. Now, someone tell me, do you have to use this PowerPoint for your, training?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to,
Yes.
can you change the color? Sure.
It's
Can you add some of these fancy things? Yes. Can you change the slide itself?
No.
Can you add, except for the two for your district and the one that I stuck on. Can you add?
Yes.
Absolutely. And of course, you can change the one slide I told you to. The other slides need to be the same. And add, if you think you want this test security, because I definitely against it. If you want to add something, go for it. But this has to be presented. And we did it this way because we ran into some issues. And here's one of them. So we had us absolutely fantastic CPC before this list. Also fantastic. And I'm so she is a very kind person, put in her PowerPoint. Please, teachers, please put up your cell phone. And someone got trouble for that. You know what they said?
She said, please.
She said, please. Well, I've been so happy. Dr. McWashington told me way before that to stop and say, please. She said, it is every email from you, please do this and please do that. Now, you tell those teachers, this is what you're required to do. So, you know, it's semantics. We all knew that the teacher was not being appropriate, but be very specific. And so we, with that and some other incidences, moved on to it. And just the general move of this district to try to streamline our processes, we've gone to, we determine. Now, am I open to input if you said, John, I think that's wrong. John, we should change this. I am, we've got to add that. Tell your CTCs your CTC. Or email me yourself. I'm always open. I am part of the group called TSAT. Texas statewide network of assessment professionals. It's a marvelous, like $40 a year. And we have a whole resource where people put stuff in. And I'm actually going to put this in. I took a lot of it from somebody else, but I changed the background. And it had all pictures of kids on pencil paper. So, and how much the birth? So, I'm gonna see mine and don't put mine in it. And it's not, someone said, you're not stealing, you just don't put it there. So, if you ever need something for training, let me know. If you ever need a form, pass, stop, I may have a resource there for you. Okay, now. So we covered test security by doing, so that's your test security, okay? We normally do the TEA, but I put it in with this. So you're covered for the semester sufficiently, but I do want you to go back and look at the TEA slides, just to really, really be clear, okay? And we'll go through some more earlier, or later. Right now, look, we want to log now. Log in. And you can look at the practice test. I think it's here in the documents. Guys, and I will tell you, there's from TSAT shares, there's a video here. And again, this is in that same area I'm talking about. Do not send that out to students or to parents. Take that off. And I've sent that to you guys. You, as you leaders, can view this video, but I don't think when she shared it, she intended it to go out to parents and students and all that. So please take that link off as you send it out to teachers. Please see if I've sent you one without that. But I want you to have that resource. Okay, so everybody right now, log on to page, please. You go, click on that, Texas assessment.gov. I'm switching the hands-on to now, and then I'm gonna come back and do it a little backwards from my agenda just because of time. So CPCs, I asked you to give access to everyone who's gonna be here today. You do that, and you need to do it now. And I want everyone in this room to do a practice test. So we don't have time to do a big long one, but I want you just to log on and at least do one question. Choose.
You want to do eighth or you want to do elementary? Or you want to do fifth grade? Both of those do fifth grade. Still.
No, you're doing the practice test.
Yeah, it's good instructions and,
You're doing the practice test. You're not doing the administrator, you're doing the practice test. You can do the administrator on your own. So you're gonna do a guest. Notice you're doing, it says you're signing a guest user or guest session.
This text is being read aloud.
I don't care which year you do. I really don't care what test you take. I just want you to see what it's like.
Which of these devices
You can choose whether you want it to be reading or math.
option A, option B?
And I want you to do it with accommodations. All the accommodations you can choose. And if you've got text to speech, and I didn't ask you to bring headphones because I probably shouldn't have done, but if you just turn it way down, I would love for you to see all these. And this is a long, I probably should have printed this out, but y'all can scroll down. I would love for you to do at least one question with I'd love for you to do some text to speech, because I'd like you to see the different voices.
Most likely happens that plants and animals. Option A.
Y'all work together, but I want you to at least do,
They were washed away by water. Option B.
I was going to answer this.
That's weird. The dot becomes gray. At first I kept clicking it and I was like, I thought I selected it and I didn't select it. But it's because it just takes the letter away.
Some students
Yeah, this is why they gotta start practicing. You're right. It's Friday. Because I'm even tempted, I was even tempted to move third and fourth grade up to where T. Allen and them were. It would probably be great. You think they can handle it though for the short term, that short period of time? Because here's my thing, that I feel like that can work what you're saying for this field test. But once we start hitting them back to that, we may end up having to actually put them on different like hallways, just because like and just make or actually I guess technically we would just move fifth grade instead of moving third and fourth grade, huh? Or whatever the testing grade is. Maybe. I don't know. We need to think it through. All of them for all of the tests. But not science. So fifth grade science Can we get them to go on a field trip or something? Because by that time I'll be warm. Or have them do something in another part of the building, because they'll be worn out by that point. If we can get, I almost wish, so that's the thing, like, so I'm tempted almost to make, in that regard, like a testing hallway or something, you get what I'm saying?
So we fifth grade takes time to move her to 2 hours of COVID.
Mhm.
And then they're right there for elective.
Yeah,
Coaches just gonna have to come around.
yeah,
And then they can, everybody, all elementary, unfortunately, social studies like that.
yeah. Because they're gonna get burnt out. But that's a lot of testing, and then like cross-referencing that, and on the reading is the very elementary is middle school reading. I know there are two longer, so we'll be okay. But you get what I'm saying? That's why I said we're gonna have to have a, you gonna go back to your online test.
Better this way.
It'll be okay. I remember this question when I taught fifth grade. It didn't change it.
Option B. On bones in the tail and help the bony fish sink to lower depths in the water when searching for food. Option C. Flexible tail fin is fed by the water, so bony fish uses less energy to swim. Option D. The fin spines of the tail fin prevent the bony fish from being seen by larger predator fish.
That's fine.
A student places 250 gram samples of plant, sand, and ground, semi-flower house. The house is set on the bottom of the conditions are placed in the houses of that water. The student then pours 100 milliliters of water per sample in the house. The water tank entering from the bottom of each bottle from left to right is labeled. So, ground, salt, 1 hour, soil, student.
Okay, I would just like to point out, this is the other reason why ain't nobody doing read all. I know the answer and I can click on it until it's this. I already recognize this question. I was like, I remember this because I remember teaching this exact question like 8 years ago. I remember it already. Yeah, can't nobody be on all, bro. They've been there and had a whole mental breakdown. I think the upside is that like you said, the plan that you said will work for real.
We are in good shape, but we're a little bit different. This is what I want you to do on your own time. So I'm gonna ask y'all to look carefully here. And these are some of the things that your kids need to practice on. The Zoom default. Notice that I didn't apply one, but you can apply one. You can, I'm gonna turn on content language supports. You can change the color setting. And the mouse, you can make it black, you can make it large, you can make it extra large green. And then you're gonna select what's gonna look like. And then note that I can choose this mouse is way too crazy, but you know, that's why you want them to know. You want to hear David or Mark or Syra, they're all from the US. And then you can adjust the volume, and you're gonna have on headphones and the pitch and the rate. And then it's gonna say, you know, skip the chat, you know, view your test settings. You've got them here. You wanna go, okay. Gives you a help guide, so you can keep going. I don't know why I'm not going forward. Now, I have
This application of a new technology can be attributed to an invention of Thomas Edison. Option A. Refrigerated railroad cars allow food to be transported long distances. Option B. Light bulbs make it efficient for
so
factory
let's say
workers
I
to
go,
work
oh, I
at
know
night.
the answer, and I'm gonna go
Option
and
C.
go.
Right.
Diesel engines were used in the production of airplanes.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Option D.
Right. That's what I was
I
doing.
Remote
know for a lot
technology
of
is used
you,
to
that's
track substances.
Torture.
especially in the meeting, where you don't, so really think about that. And then let's say I'm gonna answer it. And they can go back and change these, they can still do.
And bright green.
They can go back and change different tools. And so you can see, now, note that they can mark it for review, they can say, oh, I don't want to spend some time. They can do, you know, normally you can do strike throughs if you're trying to narrow it down, but they need to practice these tools because it's more of a pull down. You still have your line readers that you can move down. You have your notepads you can put up for notes.
While my solutions were a little less complex than those offered by FDR, I played a kind of New Deal cowboy who never hesitated to tackle many of the same problems. Gene Autry, Country and Western.
So I don't want to keep on this. We've got, but I'm going to move our schedule up a little bit. I've moved something to after the break. Let me give y'all a breakdown. So instead of what it says on the agenda, that the break will be from 10:30 to 10:45, it's going to be from 10. We aren't really ahead, just do right. So please come back to the church.
Okay, I'm disconnecting for a minute. We're going on a break.
need your
Never
attention,
seen one like
please.
this.
And I need you to log on and thank you. Now, I want us to look at kind of. And if we need to put another sheet up, I want some more up there on the front that we need to add. Are you using the
No. You can have it.
Are you using it? Is it
No.
yours?
No, those are extra. We've got one, yeah. Yes, those are extra.
Anybody else need an agenda? I have a couple extras. Miss Nance was hogging them.
The truth came out.
Yes.
I just realized that I'm horrible at this. And I'll tell you. That's my, for those of you who don't know, it's my 12th year in the school. It's my 21st year to teach. I have two amazing children who are grown. If you think it's hard to do with toddlers, then you have no control over it. You have to just stand by and watch. I have James is my son. He's married to Mary. And he's a new producer. Meg is a resident at the Baylor College of Medicine, specializing in pathology.
Pathology.
My precious twins, Ellie and Claire, who they're great and precious. My daughter Hannah works for Southwest Airlines in their business office. And she just got a promotion. And she's married to Preston, who was her boyfriend in 8th grade. They didn't stay, he moved away and they reconnected. And I have loved that kid since he was a kid. I'm a little partial to him. He is an amazing husband. And he works in security. He is a Marine. Or he was a Marine. He is a veteran from as a Marine. Thank you so much. And they are expecting Wade Robert on April 5th. Today, the English.
Yep.
I don't get it. So she's at the stage of getting the baby out of me, but she got a long way to go. And my mom is about to turn 90 in February, so she lives in Katy with my, not in the same residence, but my brother lives in Katy with my brother. He's got an exit away, and I have an exit Tanner. Paul and he builds something like this. So he's gone a lot. So that's my life in a nutshell. I was at the high school. I've been accused multiple times of being partial to the high school. And all I'm going to say to you is, of course I am. Mom will not be. And so, but this is my 12th year. I've seen a lot. And this is my, I don't know how many years in testing. I was the CTC in my high school. Then I became the assistant BTC here. And now I am the main BTC. And unfortunately, they did away. I did not have an assistant. So, here we go. So, when you get onto this page, this is for students and families. And this is how they can look up scores. They can notice, they can access practice tests. They can find star release tests, unfortunately, to practice. So they've got a lot of things, and they can look up their kids' scores. And if they don't know the unique code, they can look it up right here. They have their social security number, and I have those passed out. I've sent them out to you guys. We go to testing personnel. I do like their setup. They always have important dates up there. So I like that part of it. You can download it if you want. You can kind of see what's coming. And then you've got all these blocks. So this is Tide, that's where we met, and it tells you what they do. This is the LMS that we've talked about. It has all kind of training for you. Here's your practice and release. It's the same. We don't do T4 right now in our district. This is more for technology. This is the DCCR. It is the ultimate answer book. You know, if you've been in testing, we used to have these big old binders. We don't have that now. This is a public resource. And it's electronic, it's set up today, and look up questions. So all of you are welcome to use it. You can look up things for Star All, you can look up things for Telepath. There's all kind of questions that you search for here. And then there's some other resources. And then again, we go back to supported browsers. And if you want to download the secure browser on a computer, you can do so. It's not done. And then this is the test delivery system. This is where you create sessions. And I'm not going to go over that because that's something your CTCs will do. And yes, ESL leads will not create sessions this year. It doesn't work like it does. So in Telepath, the CTCs will create the sessions. Okay. You may, and it won't be so much by the room. It doesn't really work that way. So at most schools, they'll just create one reading session, one math session, you know, but we'll have to refine that as we go, and I'll talk to the CTC, but know that. And the data entry interface, that's something we'll talk about. This is where, and this, pay attention. So Telepath and Straw, that's what you're going to use to input answers. Okay. For Telepath, not the online, of course, but just for the writing samples. And you log in, but I don't want to get into that right this second. I'm going to go back. So I want you to just look at this, and I don't use this computer, so I call. So one of the things that does have an update, absolutely you're on a different computer as you log in. Take a tip from me, you may want to log in. Alright, so you go on and you log in on your computers. And this is if I was creating sessions. So I'm not going to go into this much except to say to you, the CTCs are going to do the login. There. CTCs. You have some responsibilities with putting in accommodations for next week, for the 8th, that's not next week. And I'm going to do that separately. We're going to do a little brief call, and I'll do that for y'all separately. Show you how to do it separately. I don't want any, we have time at the end of the day, but it's not something anyone does. So accommodations are uploaded by CTCs. Now, if you find a glitch, you will have the ability to go in and change it, but you need to be communicating with your CTC. And I can tell you, this amazing lady right here, Ms. Jackson, she was when I took over at the high school, and I took over at the high school in January of when we introduced ETS. So if you remember that, someone told me it was a perfect storm. At DeSoto, it was also the first year that freshman campus was part of the high school. And it turned out that they had done things very differently than we had. And so there was a culture clash, there was an ETS clash, there was all kind of stuff going on. And so I wouldn't have survived without her and my ESL lead and others. You know, I was giving my password out to two people I trusted the most and to Ms. Jackson, and they literally would, but they kept me in the loop, and in fact, they stayed in my testing room with me, which was quite a gift. And Ms. Jackson was, I mean, sometimes we were literally calling out, hey, these 504 kids are wrong, and she knew more about it than I did. And I trained them. So she would go in and change it just right there as we were going through. You don't want to make it too chaotic. You want to communicate with your CTC. And on the smaller campuses, just let them do it. But when we're talking about middle school and high school, the CTC may authorize the leads to go in and make some changes right before testing. And if they do that, but make sure you're talking to them. Don't just do it. Gloria. Is this it? Speak now or forever hold your peace here. If anybody else wants to put a order in, the order.
Pretty much had figured you out the process, but I just knew it wasn't going to be. Okay, cool. Just not, I knew that it was not. I like to be away. Let me see how much time we got. 45 minutes. Okay. I need to remember to set aside for when I flat iron my hair.
All right, now. So when you log on, I need your attention back. I know we're not elementary school. Really, I didn't get that from elementary because I'm not an elementary teacher. I got it from, there was a quarterback, his name escapes me, and that's what he did. Instead of giving a verbal signal, he clapped on the field, and I was always like, it kind of struck me like, can they hear? And so I started doing that with my seniors because I thought it was a little bit cooler when it came to a football quarterback. So, if CTCs, this is where you add users. You should have already figured that out. This is student information. Test attributes. It's like accommodations, and it might be attribute like they take TELPAS. There's all kinds of things because remember, we register everybody one time. So if I'm setting flags like this kid takes TELPAS, this kid takes draw, this kid's a retester, rather than have to continue to re-upload or mess things up, I do it this way. Not for you to worry about because I do it, but I'm just trying to let you know. And then there's score reporting if I have issues, and you just so you can kind of see and know what it's about. And then monitoring test progress in CTC. We will talk about that more, but we're going to look at it a little bit because you're going to need help. If you've ever looked at ETS, we monitored live. It was amazing. Right now, we can't do that. We have begged for it, but we can't do it. So it is going to be a constantly printing out reports to see where everybody is. And we're going to want to look at a report at least at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because one of the problems that we had with the DOI was kids did the test and didn't submit. Now, that's a monitoring issue.
Yeah.
It's a monitoring issue. But of course, you know, kids can say they did or turn their computer off, but they're supposed to let the teacher see. And so before kids get out of the building, you want to run that report. And so leads, how can you collaborate? You may be the one that the CTC has to pull that report. because they can't do everything. So you just go, and I'll have some step-by-step instructions, but you can search for a specific student if you want to know. We can do a status report, we can do a session report, so there's a lot of things. I do data cleanup, but if you know, sometimes people go, oh, I know what's wrong with that. No, you gotta tell me because I can change it. So if we put absent, and then we find out later they weren't, all those kinds of things. This is also where you go, and sometimes I'll appeal score codes. And this is also where you go to print test tickets. So your CTC may ask you, you can print from a roster or from a student list. So those are the kind of things we're going to talk this afternoon about collaboration. That is the key. We have got to collaborate. I did a lot, and I was asked to break down who's responsible for what. Please avoid that, although I understand the importance, because as soon as I pass out a list, somebody says, and I don't want to hear that. It is all of our job to take care of the children in our school, and my job in the district. Now, and I'm not saying to the extreme, because I got to the extreme, and I had to learn this year to say, and if you ask me about School City, I'm going to say, on my lane. I had to learn where. And that testing, we kind of divided it up, but we're all scrambling. But we are going to collaborate this year. We've got too much new. And you guys know, we're doing lab testing, we're doing School City's new. This is new. So your CTC needs collaboration. And CTCs, because we're all on one platform, we're going to pick up the registration and the accommodations for TELPAS. They should not have to worry about registering a kid. And they didn't really before they called Dr. Castellano and myself, but you're going to be doing that if somebody comes up. But we're also going to check. We're not going to do this running down on the day of, except an extreme emergency. We are going to back it up. We're going to check it. We're going to do that for Matt, by the way, too. No emailing the day of. Big giveaway that teacher did with their job when they need access on test day. So, you know, you're going to have to hold some people's feet to the fire and say, this is the deadline. So, Lee, we're going to talk about that this afternoon. There are deadlines for ours, there are deadlines, and because it's not on the ticket, we don't have a fallback. And Ms. Lawrence is going to talk about that. But you can see if you want to print from the student list, this is something that your CTC might very well ask you to help with. And you could say you are printing for Christine McAllen, and he's only going to print, he only needs to print for seventh grade, because that's who's doing the field test. And what fields is he going to do? Well, you could search by specific field. Like maybe he only wants to print text to speech tickets. There's all kind of ways you can remove them or add them. So that helps them know. The way I have it set up now, it's going to print every seventh grader ticket. If I do this right here, if I do text to speech, it's only going to print text to speech. And I can even say I only want to print reading or text to speech, but you've got to do this. If it doesn't show up over here, it's not going to work. You run a search. So you can set up rosters. Rosters aren't required, but you will learn to do it. And then you can export, you can view the results. And right here, you can just print. It'll print, you print all tickets. So it's really not complicated to print tickets. But one thing I'll warn you is you can print like 8 to a page or something crazy like maybe even 10. But I think most of us are just printing 1 to a page. If you want to print 2 to a page and you've got a good cutter, especially at the elementary schools, if you want to do that, especially for the field test when you're only testing, you know, like, as Wilson, you may not, I don't even, y'all don't have any Spanish testers, so you really you won't even do the field test. So, and, so if you want to, but no, it's the same ticket. Now, there are districts that are filing their tickets and using them over and over. It's a lot of work. Sometimes you have to shred them after the field test. And then what you probably will want to do when we get to May is you may very well, especially in elementary where you use the same classrooms. Now then you may want to make your teacher put it in alphabetical order and then just hand it back to her the next day. But probably from 6 through 12, that's not going to work. We're probably just going to print new tickets every, and you can print them way ahead of time because remember, you're not waiting for accommodation. So that is the one good thing. I would kind of wait and print because I wanted to make sure we had checked the accommodations. You can print them as soon as it'll let you because it doesn't have anything special on it. So that's how to print. And there's not a lot, but here's something I really like. When you click on the help menu, it comes up for whatever you're doing. So I'm viewing and editing, so it's going to tell me how to view and edit. And if I'm trying to upload attributes, it's going to come up to that. Now, I will do more with my CTCs on this, and I will do more about the DEI with you guys who are entering. But I just wanted to do a brief overview. This is what you really need to look at. And you don't have to have access to Tide to get to this. And so, whatever your role, you can see the trainings. If you want to do your raters, you can see their trainings. I have a lot of trainings here. And so, it can tell me how to create test sessions, CPCs. It can tell me how to do summative reports. Right now, I'm not seeing anything. We've been asking about this DEI, about how to enter. And I'm not seeing that. So I'll be sending that out, but this gives you a lot of help. You can look at you can go in any row. Like, just because you're not the campus testing coordinator doesn't mean you can't look here. And like for StarOff 2, there's one on eligibility, there's one on the overview. So there's a lot of information in here. I do, before we log out, I do want to look at DEI together. That's data entry interface. And guys, please don't try to do this by yourself. Yeah, you've got to put something in to do this. So again, I didn't think there's not a practice on it. So, but this is how you're going to enter. The issue is you got to enter this TSDS for every single kid.
Okay.
StarOff, that's not going to be too much of a problem. But some of you like Frank Hunts, the Telpass,
Take a minute.
and some of the rest of the
That's gonna take a
campuses who have a lot. So or the you're leading it, that doesn't mean you have to enter every one. So if you're a bigger campus, you probably have other teachers. Get them to help you. ICs, lead, anyone that can be trustworthy, you can get a team. I would recommend you may want to get in a room together, you may want to stay after school one day, you may want to see if you can use professional development, but that's what you're going to do. Right? So you do have to enter each kid individually. Everybody hear that?
Yes.
ELEs. Okay. So it is your responsibility, ELEs, to oversee, to make sure everyone is entered. And SPED leads, even though I know a lot of you, some of you don't interact with StarOff, it will ultimately be you to make sure the teachers actually enter it, because they're the ones who know, but it is your job to oversee and make sure it happens. I cannot hear We didn't enter those ratings because that teacher was out. No. When there's a deadline, there's a deadline. TA deadlines aren't like the soda deadlines. You know, they don't move it back. Okay? So, if you want to play with this a little bit and put in a student, but I'm not doing that here. I don't want to take a chance. So for ELEs and start off, I would get a list of all my students, and you can pull it in the system of all your students who took TELPAS with their name and their TSBS, and you can just go down the list, cut and paste it. Okay. And that's what this West and I did. I do want to show you something just so you will be appreciative. So this is what Ms. West and I were forced to do. So when you have to enter score codes, I won't show you because you're not going to have to do it. I just want you to feel sorry for us.
We do.
So when was it? Was it after testing? No, we did it. We still did it through time. Didn't we? So it was that you had to go into every student codes, and we had to already losing it. We blocked it from our minds. But it was a 5 to 7 step process. Hear me. To code a kid A or O. One at a time. Would you say? So that can still happen if we have an issue. So we had to do set the score code. We had to put a kid. We had to put like their TSBS and whether they were online or paper. And I don't have a TSBS number. We had to click search. And it was a 5 to 7 step process. For every, and then, you know, if they had 2 tests. So here's the best thing I can say about Pavia. I mean, they were flooded. You can't imagine. I would say Ms. West and I know we spent more than 8 hours a piece. So probably about 20 hours of manpower was spent doing that just for December testing. And we were all like, we can't do this. So what's happened is they have now made an upload. So CDC, I'll be uploading registration. You will be uploading score accommodations and score codes. Okay. All of you, again, the word collaborate. If you are an ELE, look after your babies. If they weren't there, you oftentimes have a relationship that nobody else has. So call them, get them there. If you're the SPED lead, help check on your SPED babies. Are they testing? Because oftentimes they're, especially at the upper grades, they'll be in rooms together because they're text to speech. So you can go in and look. CDCs. I know you can't always do this anymore because of our I used to, when Mr. Lawrence was my SPED lead and Miss Jackson was my 504, they never were assigned to a classroom except in an emergency. Nor was my EL lead. They were my team. They had my back. They were the last people I was going to put in the classroom because they went around and helped. They helped with dictionaries, with bilingual dictionaries. They helped with headphones. They helped make sure things were going right for their babies. You may not can do that, but do it if you can. Now I notice on elementary campuses, a lot of times you have the TA giving the Spanish test, the EL, and I can understand that. But be cautious that you don't suck those people up where they can't help you. Okay? Now, actually, pretty good. So, any questions about premium CTCs? I know you have questions, but can you appreciate why I'm you know, I think we would be better spent, just doing it with just us. The rest of you, I do want you to understand the program may be asked to step in, you may be asked to help, so you need to have access. And it's fine for, you know, look at any, and if you want to print any kind of report under student information, here's your, so you're gonna put your school, account again. You can print by last name, but I would recommend, and you may want to print, you know, so 7A, 6, 7, and 8. And you could print under search fields. It's got everything, which I don't understand why it has some of this, but maybe you just want to print past test code, and you want to print anyone who's doing all, which is most of them. So you're going to add that. And so you're going to print every kid who has a tell-task code of A, which is all. You're going to search. So ELs, this is how you can check that list. Okay, and your CTCs can help you. And then this gives you all that stuff that you can print a report. You can print it right here. You can export it. I would not do CSV, I would do Excel. CSV is an Excel program that lots if you highlight or whatever it disappears. So you can export it. And you can see, so CTCs and leads, this is one of your first steps in pulling your list and making sure that you've got the right kid's flag, or that I've got the right kid's flag, excuse me. And then if I don't, you can either flag them, you can let me know, and it'll be a way for you to make sure that they've got the right accommodations and that kind of thing. So we'll all be pulling reports. All of us. We don't make changes or including the CTC. And CTCs, that'll be part of your collaboration. And different campuses have different needs. If I'm Dr. Ham or Dr. Reynolds or Ms. West, I'm getting help on this. But this is what it's going to look like. And once you enable editing, what I normally do is I delete a whole bunch of rows. I don't need to know their economics or their Title I, but I do need to know if they're bilingual ESL. I don't need to know if they're at risk. I take out what I don't need, but you see all the TSBS numbers there? So that's how you can enter. So this allows you to print all kinds of things. All I want is my 7th graders that are star off kids. All I want is my 8th graders taking algebra. So you can pull those kind of lists. Any questions? And I'm about to move on. Okay, so I'm going to leave Canyon. Not because I think we've covered it all, but because I think I've covered all. And CTCs, you've got more, much more, and everyone else just learn, play, we'll continue again to collaborate. What's the word of this training?
Collaborate.
That's it. So now we've done all we're going to do right now. And our hands on at 11:30, we're going to start on accommodation. I got a little bit sooner, but I don't really want to do one thing that I didn't know where I was going to fit in. TTCs, I especially printed these for you, but I've got more. This is called Delegate Without Losing Control. So I thought it was a great article. And I think I've got more than one per campus. So I don't think I've got one for everybody, but I think I've got a couple. Now,
Yeah, I shared it for, I should
No,
be.
I take it back. So I want everybody to go into your, training and look right here at the CTC schedule and deadlines. Oh, by the way, standalone field test, here's the, manuals. And I want to go in and email them out to your crew now. If you go back to the drive we've been looking at, we've done these two. And I was just showing you the field test. There's a link in the training, and there it is also. There's the practice test we've done. Right now, we're gonna look at this. CTCs. This is your printed copy, but everyone will have access to this. Anything we talked about today, I will keep in this folder. This folder's not gonna go away. I'm gonna keep it so that you guys can all have access to it. Yeah, I printed the CTCs a paper copy just because I like paper. You can print your own. Every CTC have one.
Yes.
And Miss Lily, you won't have any of these. You're more important. Mr. Dart, I'm gonna give you one since y'all have such a. All right, now, you'll notice that the green is map, the purple is deadlines, yellow is trainings. The green is test information like test dates, the light green, and the blue is like when we have turn-ins. I still have scorable turn-ins in here, but there aren't many. And again, are we gonna have a lot of paper tests? If someone is paper on your campus, there needs to be verification. Why? Because next year, Jose is telling us that we will have to go through that procedure. If we don't have to get permission, we will at least have to keep documentation. So, and it will be much more complicated to get them. Then we won't probably be able to just register right away. So, this, and I'm going to keep this in Google. And those of you who know me know that this is a challenge for me because I don't love Google. But as we as a district have changes with new leadership, and let me tell you, we all know TA is changing because I just got those calendars that I usually get in September. And so as my deadlines change or my information grows, here, I did not put a lot of the task information to Dr. Martin said beautiful calendar, and I just can't get it all in. So I put the major things. You will note that I'm going to talk about math, and I'm going to say this thing. We've changed our deadlines the next time. So CTCs will send teachers and staff on the 25th, which is about 3 weeks, a little bit more than 2 weeks ahead of time. Then Buddy and anyway, then Buddy and Karen are going to upload about a week later. They're going to have it all uploaded. And then that's on the 4th. I did put that in there. And then the deadline for teachers to set up the math session is going to be the Tuesday before testing starts the next. If we have a weekend. We have a Friday Monday. So CTCs, and I may get we may ask Lisa to help. We're going to check those. Teachers have to have the session set up by the end of the day. Or I want you getting your principals involved. Are we clear? And some of you leave, you may be, we're depending on ICs, or we may have to depend on leaves to give some of this test. We've got to get away from the teacher wasn't here, so we didn't test. And math, bless their hearts, they're just not set up for that. They are not set up for it. but we're gonna have to find some workarounds, and Elizabeth is gonna be training us on that. I'm begging them to let her do training on professional development. If she does, if they don't, we'll do some after school. We'll do 2 after school.
One more time, could you remind us, my yellow is PE?
That is me. It's our teachers. And so y'all don't have to come to those. And the green are just the tests. And I like Dr. Vargas is better. I like it better on a calendar. This is kind of traditionally what we've done in DeSoto, which doesn't mean it's the right way. So I'm gonna be working on getting a calendar, but I already had it like this, because this is what people expect me to give them. And so, CTCs, anybody gets bored and wants to put it on a calendar for me, let me know. But otherwise, I'll try to do it. So I just want y'all to see that. I don't want to spend a ton of time on it. So we are going to switch gears now, and we are going to go back. Sure. Okay. And the bandwidth wasn't our district problem, it was the server we use. And we don't really, so I have that we're looking at those dates because of that. So I can't give you a date right now, but yes, we are looking into that. We've got the high school starts a week earlier. So we've got some, y'all give input to your CTCs, because I don't have an exact date, because there's that question in a 2-week window. Do you want to move to the second week? Do you want the extra week of instruction at the elementary, or the kids get too high? What are we looking at? That didn't happen on BOY. But remember, that wasn't a TA test. That was a math test. I understand that, but I've also got to tell you that there's some TA rules about everybody testing on the sign about that. You can keep doing makeup, but we're not really supposed to have like third graders need to test on the same day throughout the district. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. I just can't, I don't have the authority to make those decisions. That's not me. But that's why I haven't said exact dates yet. But we're looking at all of that. And if you have input from your campus, you want to send me an email, but really, I gotta tell you, probably not. You will notice I put a whole section. We're gonna go on and jump to accessibility and designated support. And look at that. We are now 15 minutes ahead, which is good, because this was about 15 minutes too short. Okay, so I'm not gonna go through every one of these with you, but I put all of these resources, and most of them are from Forward, and they are amazing. And these are free. You've seen these. This is the supplemental aid. You gotta get these out there. So people know what they can and can't give.
It's all in that
Look
folder.
under assessment and accountability, where everything we're doing is in this Google folder. Everything, 26, it's all in this one place. And so, accessibility and designated supports, you've got 4 documents. Almost all of them are for lead forward. This is now. Again, from lead forward. Designated support overview. This is from me. This is one I created. So we're going to use this to go through it. Okay. It does not take the place of reading the full descriptions from TEA. A student may, and this is something we ignore, a student may use a designated support if that student routinely and effectively uses it during a classroom. So if I say that a student needs a Venn diagram as a supplemental aid, and and they don't know what it is, and that's a problem. And we just click that supplemental aid like it's going out of stock. Elementary, you know, your teacher is teaching to give the test, so they're knowing what supplemental aid they use. But when you get up into sixth grade, if you're clicking supplemental aid, what are you expecting that student to have? You can put notes. What do you expect that student to have? You can put notes, right, Ms. Walker? And at least communicate with your teachers. Get your teachers. So if you know, and teachers have got to get on board with this, we've got to stop checking supplemental aids when they don't ever use them in the classroom. And probably there's some of those. There's some kids who don't need it, and there are other kids who need it, and the teachers need to be using a supplemental aid. And remember, they have to be blank, but the kid can go back and fill it in from memory to use. So basic transcribing. This isn't new anymore. I should remove that. That was from when I did it, when I originally did this. But speech to text is still fairly new. And so basic transcribing, if you have that, will really, especially now that we're online, we'll all talk about it. Braille. Calculation aids, I believe that we are keep looking down. And so what I tried to do at the request of Ben Mackey about a year ago is I tried to make this as much of a one-sheeter as I could. So I left off a lot. Okay, but these are now embedded, allow for grades 3 through 5 math, 7 math, 5th grade science, basic calculator, all these kinds of things. Remember that a calculation aid is not the same as a calculator. Then we've got, and you know what? I've literally come across a high school student that had checked abacus. Now, I asked Mr. Lawrence, hey, Lawrence, have you ever, do we have an abacus in the school? No. So, guys, and it says they need to use an abacus, and you don't even have one on campus.
They clearly aren't using it.
Take it off. We have gone, I do believe the one thing we now kind of understand is content language. If you don't understand it, do a practice test, do top questions, choose content language. Okay, because it is powerful. It's probably as powerful as text to speech. We just don't, and it's what we do all the time. It's important all the time. When a baby's taking a test and I'm the teacher, and I go up and they say, what's in the test? And I say, oh, okay. That's what content language does. It gives them a simpler word on in algebra or in math on a chart. When now that in TA they love to give you 9 kids, but on the chart they only ask you about 5 of them. Well, if you have content language, it'll show you the fact, it'll make the chart. It'll kind of fill in the chart. Won't answer the question. Extra time, same day. I mean, we give that out like candy. And I decided to stop fighting it. But I'm also not putting kids in rooms by themselves, but just on the basis of extra time. If you want to do that, that's up to you. But it becomes complicated. So what I tend to do is we put it in test town, we print off that document. If I have some kids in high school, that is their only accommodation. And we have no record they've ever used it. So I'll just put that kid in a regular ring. They're probably preferred. And I'll just tell the teacher, hey, they're not good. And I've not once have not been. So, that's up to you as a student, but you can really get crazy when you try to do all that. I'd much rather see kids in rooms like especially in the middle school, if they have to wear headphones. A lot of times they just won't put them on.
Right.
And so I'd rather see those kids separated. If you try to do extra time and headphones and small group, you kind of lose your mind. Individualized structured reminders. This is another one we get a lot. Remember, as we start updating ours, you can't flip the pages together. A lot of the things we did, you can't put sticky notes. So what do you want them to do? Be specific. And let me say here, there's no kid in this district that shouldn't get a structured reminder if they're not on text. It doesn't have to be. There's no teacher who don't ever let a kid sleep in a classroom and not take a test. Oh, well, I won't be happy when you have sleep, so I let him sleep. That is not active monitoring. At high school, we say wake them up 3 times and then you get the first you get a beat to call their parents. I would say 2. So don't let baby sleep. Large print, you know about manipulating test materials. That happens more with straw. Math manipulatives, I see that in high school a lot, which tells me what? That nobody looked at it. Then again, I go to my math teachers and they say, we don't know what you're talking about. We've already talked about oral, but please make sure that they meet the criteria. Spelling assistance, that's only for writing, so it really only impacts English 1 and English 2 this year. And it's powerful also, but again, make sure they qualify, and then we've already talked about supplemental aids and what we need to do, and then we've got these. So this is just a really brief. The one from the one that's more detailed is the one from Lead Forward. I'll go back in here and put which ones are Lead Forward. So we're not going to go through these, but it's all of you need to be either studying them, printing them. They go into a lot of details. We've done this year after year after year. If you feel like your campus needs it, you can do that that'd be a great. You'll see that'd be a great after school. If you want me to come, I'll come. It works great in combination with, because we can teach kids, the kids' practice is going to be a lot more effective if the teacher's done it. The teacher hadn't done the practice. So any of that you want to do to great, call teachers in, have to do it. You can even do a online training, but something where you're really directing. You do need to practice once, and you don't have a lot of time. You got to train before the aid. And that's why I made that PowerPoint as brief as I could. But the more practice and if they can get in one practice, I know it's a lot. Moving that up, but again, that field test, we want to do a good job, but it doesn't come into anything. The ratings, we don't even get them. So I would rather them, but I do want them to know how to do it. I don't want it just to be displayed. So we're going to go back now to this STAR training. And so this is some of the and when you see this college, you think this is going to be about tests and all, but it's kind of more about accessibility at first. And remember, these are dry. This is the TA stuff. So if you want to get this out there to your schools, you can. Those sheets may be better. There is and I've got a couple more resources I'm going to put in there. This is from TEA. And by the way, if you use a TEA slide, you can't alter it. So if you want to alter it, you've got to put it in a different slide. If it says TEA on it, you can't change the slide. You can change the whole PowerPoint, but you can't change the slide. So they have to be, here we go again, routinely and effectively. They have to be served by 504R, LPAC, and you can use if it's an emergency. So this is what it And I've kind of also done that on that one pager sheet or the two pager sheet I showed you that I designed. You just kind of look. The only thing that isn't in Star Spanish for 3 through 5 is Braille. And you can see Telpass doesn't have Braille calculation aids, content, language, or extra time, but they do have these other possibilities. Right, and then notice everybody has to routinely and effectively use it in the classroom. And these others have extra eligibility. I think these are kind of redundant, but I just put them up here. This DA sent them to me. And look at those. There is no typing assistance for grade 4, and that is because we don't have writing. And here's the big thing that we've already been talking about, auto text to speech. So if you want to pull this slide out and add it to what I did to show it better, that's fine. But I have to click text to speech and auto text to speech. And when I do that, and that's or the CTC has to upload it. But it's not something for us to change the day up. When we say, oh, it says that the kid can change the level. No, if you change the level, then they need to not have auto. Permissive mode is not something. We just already talked about online calculator. So some of this I already addressed, but I'm just showing you the actual TEA. It also shows you font sound and some other tools. And it tells you about its local, how they make decisions. And we know there's accessibility features. I didn't go over that. But you can look at them again. They're supposed to routinely and effectively use them in the classroom. The overlays are built in. Bilingual dictionaries, they cannot use them on. It has to be math, science, or social studies, and it's got to be a word-to-word translation. Amplification devices. I just got this today. I had to update. Some student has amplification device frequently modulate an FM system. So I'm assuming that there's a school here that a kid uses that frequently and effectively. As a CTC, that ought to come through on your test count. So I question it. The overlays are built in. We all remind kids to stay on task. Highlighters are built in. Individual administration, make sure you know what you're clicking. That means that kid's going to be in a room by themselves with one person, one proctor. You have enough, and I at a campus had 10 of those. And it should be really unusual. And I know y'all have all heard this story about the kid, and Ms. Jackson can confirm because she was there. He threw down because he was an individual administration. Ms. Jackson intervened, and we found out that, what was it, like 3rd or 4th grade, he had caused some sort of disruption. Elementary, they had clicked individualized instruction because he had caused a disruption. And he, almost in tears, said to Ms. Jackson, I'm not that kid anymore. And he was in high school and he was embarrassed, and nobody had ever bothered to change. And the magnifying devices are built in, all of these. If you need a projection device, some of these you've got to tell the CTC if you're putting this. Everybody gets scratch paper. It doesn't have to be noted. Signing would be if a kid. Notice that small group is not a designated support. It's an accessibility feature. And again, they have to frequently and effectively use it. Do they always leave their classroom to take a test? And we've got a lot of small groups because if a kid had oral testing, if you were reading it to them, they needed to be in a small group, like 10 kids or less. But if they're testing online with headphones on, a small group is not 8 kids. A small group can be 18 kids. And there is no TEA number. In fact, they'll tell you the limit's 30, so you could have 25. Now, I would not call 25 small group, But, you know, this year you're gonna do what you gotta do. We can't have groups of 5 or even 10. We don't have enough resources. So that's what you've got, and then you've got all the designated supports. And we just went through all this. So I'm giving this to you. So if you have a question about one and you as leads can look at them, but we are not gonna read these. We've gone over and over and over this. But it shows you what it looks like. And it goes back and shows you the supplemental aids. If you need a mass scribe or complex or an extra day, I've got to get that permission from you today. And it shows you the process, which is basically to tell me. And then this also, remember, I've tried to take some of the important things out and put it in that. So are you going to show this to your campus? No, this is lots of information for you guys, the experts. And then it shows a practice, which I've pulled if you want to just pull this one slide, but you know, we've got that sheet. It shows you some rollovers and pop-ups. It shows you some of the things. And that's what the calculator looks like for the basic calculator. And this is dictionary looks like. And there's some training reminders. And if there's an emergency, we had one once in high school where a kid had hurt their eye or if it's in concussion protocols, then we can deal with it. And if you take paper tests, you have to bubble these. And if we're taking it online, we have a code we have to bubble, and the CTCs and I will take care of that. And there's some resources. So, without further ado, Mr. Lawrence and Ms. Walker, these guys are extraordinary. They are extraordinary. Don't let them tell you they're not. They're extraordinary. I don't know how I would have gotten through testing in December without it. And when I was at the hospital. And guys, you know, you want to see a picture of collaboration. They checked SPED. They checked 504, and they checked the EOS. They didn't say, oh, I'm special ed. I'm not going to check those things. No, I printed out a report, and they checked them, so they helped me with all of them. So they're going to talk to you about what they do in the importance of it. Remember, we can't check tickets. We have 2 resources. We can pull, we're going to look at how we interviewed in Kenya, and we're going to compare that with testing. Or you can even go back to ESPED, but we want to look. Test him pulls from ESPED and incidents every night. And now that we have 504 and ESPED, I don't find too many issues. But if you say, why I need to dig, or if you see a discrepancy, you know, as long as it's lining up, it's probably good. But those are your checks. And we'll talk more about how we're going to do it in detail when we get to STAR. But we do want to check it for the field test. Now I'm going to turn it over. This is Reginald Lawrence. I always hear her say wrong. I don't know. Amber Walker. They're both with SPED, and they are both just some of the hardest work together.
A lot of what we're talking about basically applies to your campus lead, the SPED, case management. Because a lot of what we do, because we have district-wide access, we're able to pull reports that has all of the kids' accommodations for the entire campus. So every kid who has accommodations, whether they're SPED 504, we can pull all of those onto a report and then filter through that report rather than having to go kid by kid, line by line. And what we did with Ms. Johnson in December was she gave us, hey, this is what's in the system. Let's confirm what's there with what's in ESPED, what's in TestNow, to make sure that we don't miss a kid. Because the one thing that we found is that we've had incidents where kids have been given accommodations that they were not supposed to have access to. And we've also had incidents where kids were not given accommodations that they were supposed to have access to. And both of those are irregularities that Ms. Johnson brought up earlier. What we do basically is make it easy on ourselves. She's been talking about the field test in February on the 8th. As a SPED lead case manager, I would pull your campus report this week of all accommodations for your SPED kids. All right, and we'll pull it on. Yeah, and so what will happen is, because you have now everybody's accommodation, you can go to your campus district coordinator and do the complaint. It takes out all.
Something totally wrong if they go to the guy and have it in the or to because like they said, they will be about it. If you get into something, and then note it. So make sure, run the report, look through them out, see something wrong. Because you can't hand it out, then if they look at your own case, cases, and they may not. They come back to your back test, and it's up to them. It's blank. Because somebody didn't click it, so it didn't show up on the report. So go through them, go through the names, go through the book, out, and say, you're some worthy to talk to the diet, get it, or call myself or Mr. Lawrence, and we can look at it. A question about.
And it's the same process with EL. We do the same thing, it's just that instead of pulling it from ESPED, you leads can pull it from EduNet. Right? So it's the same process. It's the exact same, and you're still double checking, we're just using different programs. But thanks to a real shout out, if you don't know this, that you used to have to enter them in individually in the test count. And thanks to Dr. Castellon Vargas, she specifically got a program for you guys. Evidence is because of her, and she specifically chose a program at the top to test down. So every league and every CTC should be done.
Oh, and by the way, Miss Shannon, just Shannon, she's the 504 coordinator. So if you have any questions regarding 504, she's the person to see. But yeah, what we would like to encourage everybody, just to make this an easier process for everyone involved. It is very difficult the day of testing to catch something that we should have caught before, and then try to correct it before the student begins testing.
And KVM is not friendly to that.
Exactly.
Now, this is not ETS, guys. There are things I like about KVM, but it does not do quickly. And in fact, at the high school, we think in December, that was a lot smaller group. The kids could access it, but I couldn't. And that didn't have anything to do with us. That was on candidates. So they're supposed to fix it. So do not leave yourself to the day of testing. None of you, not leads, not CPCs.
And then the next thing for our lead case managers, when your case managers are doing off preparing cards and getting ready to do STAR testing accommodations, or if it's STAR or whatever, please ensure, encourage, demand that they clear out all old testing accommodations and then enter only what the student requires. That will eliminate those carryover accommodations from previous. Because what happens is, like Ms. John saying, math literacy. At high school, there are no math literacy. You have to paper, you have to calculate, you have to import, and you do the work. So there are no manipulatives there. That should not be a part of their account. Now, we do have some scholars who require it, and those are, they usually take it off too. But I shouldn't have a kid that's taking out for one with math. They don't use it in the classroom. You know, yeah, we'd help them that out, because they can sit there and count those blocks and all they want. But when you sit there and count it, know what I'm saying? You sit there and you count it, well, 25x minus this y is gonna equal to, and they're sitting there and they got a bunch of things in front of them that's not even, get rid of that stuff. Wipe it clean and select only what's needed. It will cut down on the amount of errors that you see on your campus. It's a difficult process, especially when all of the case managers are not on board. But it's one of the things that is necessary. It's the extra step that will save headaches for your testing coordinators, for your district testing coordinator, for administrators and everyone else involved.
Also helps for the high school. They would put on the previous page, if the test was way past, prior to take it.
Don't you get it?
Yeah. Nothing should be in that. So, it's the R, it is the page, looking through it, it does not have it secondary high school, it's been passed, way, just to pass them because they don't have to take it from 1920. That's not on there, that is just take some more time to go look at minutes and stuff like that, but it's on there, it's on with the report, it show that, oh, we're not required to take it. So we will provide it in a handout. Now, we give them to, provide it to study.
And I will add that all accommodate, now not for the field test, obviously. And when we get into testing, accommodations have to be in our 2 weeks ahead of time. Now, as sure as we say that, some baby comes up, but that is the standard, and that's been the standard for about 3 years. And so we'll be communicating more with SPED, and ESL is great about it. 504 is getting on board because it's so centralized in this house. But you can't be making changes because for one thing, then they're not routinely and effectively using it in the classroom. And sometimes you say, well, they have been, but why wouldn't they do their paperwork? There's just not an excuse anymore. We've been doing this for too long. So ESL, so SPED leads and 504, and CTCs, your administrators, so push this. We've got to set that window.
On your report, or report, you can just do it now, when you add them, or you have it time, or it's not showing up yet. Just check their test to make sure they have information in the current testing year. Some of the diagnostics left them off last year when we did the group they're in. So make sure they have something, because if they don't have anything, or if they're in the 8th grade, because they were in the 7th grade last year, they're taking social studies and another test, which is not correct. Be prepared to have that art review, or they need to do something to start.
And we're lucky this year because there is no 3 to 8 testing until May. And so there's really no excuse. You know, they need to be done 2 weeks before. I think it's like the last week in April. There's just no reason for that not happening. And then at the high school, we just got to continue to work because those who need English, those kids, mostly not the 5th graders and some retouchers, those need to be done really the week after, finalized the week after spring break. And then for the other 3 tests, that's in May too. So get a move on, get this done. I believe, EL, tell me if I'm wrong, because Dr. Burgess had to step out. But for the most part with ELs, I believe that has all taken place. You'll have your middle of the year LPAC, correct?
Yes.
So you're not gonna make another correction unless something comes up.
Like we have a LPAC later this afternoon for one
Right.
student. So, yeah.
So, and Dr. Vargas is coming back in, and so I'm correct in saying unless something comes up, you've done your middle of the year LPACs. So will there be another one before the May testing, or are we done?
No, we are done. The middle of the YL tax is, the whole purpose or the sole purpose for the MOYL tax is to designate those, to put in place those designated supports.
all of our EB students, whether they're bilingual or ESL. So once that closes, that's it. I mean, unless something major happens, that we need to switch something for whatever reason, then you all need to tell your EB lead so they can tell me to come in and seal it, make the changes, and then seal it back up.
And I'm glad you said that because we have this issue every year. ELs, listen up. You have to seal it. If you don't seal it, it's A, not legal, and B, it won't come through. And in East Bend, what's the word? You have to archive. If you don't, it's not legal and it won't come through. CTCs, don't get caught up in that. If they haven't archived it or closed it,
That's
then
it.
it's not legal. So I have CTCs call me all the time. Oh, test sounds wrong. Is it?
No, it's not. Nope. Mm-mm.
And I know, because I'm gonna change it. No.
Mm-mm.
And then it turns out it wasn't archived. So you can really leave yourself wide open. It's not a legal document to look archived.
And last thing for new case managers, if you find that you do not have access, but you can print reports for your campus, email Tamara or myself so that we can make sure that you get access. Because you guys should have already had that for some time because of changes from one campus to another. You better slip through a crack somewhere, so we can get that rectified. Yes, ma'am.
Access to which program?
To print reports.
So where would I go?
Then you said you go on the administrative.
Oh, and
tab.
it needs that.
Yeah, it needs to.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to know where it's at. Right. So I appreciate these two and their willingness to share. So we now are quite ahead of time. So I'm gonna stop before we move on, and we've got plenty to do, trust me on this. I got 3 things I didn't bring for, so. And part of it is my decision not to go deep into what accommodations. So here's your chance. What question do you have about any of those accommodations? Does anybody have a question about any of them? And did you see what oral, I mean, I showed it, but did you get what this oral all is gonna do? Am I telling you to never use it?
No.
No. There are kids, and you know, I hate to say this, but with your older kids, you can use that. You know, if you're gonna click through,
Yeah.
we're gonna put you on
Yep.
this.
As a threat.
Or with any kids, you know, you can say you got these two
Keep
choices.
playing if you want
We
to.
want to give you the freedom to choose, especially like on math. But if we find that you click through, we will have to
handle
come
it.
back to this.
Mm-hmm.
And basically use the field test. If some of those babies aren't taking it seriously, is there ever a time that you can't tell a kid to slow down?
No.
Is there ever a time that you can't tell a kid, hey, no, you need to go take a break? Is there ever a time that you can't show a kid a tool online? Oh, you can, and it used to be, and I haven't got to see them now. And I want to go back to irregularities. So we use that word, and I use that word a lot. We probably need to try to change it to incidents. Because I said there were irregularities at times, and basically it's probably more appropriate to say incidents. Unfortunately, nobody told me about them until January. Oh, you know what? There were 4 teachers I saw on their cell phone. Well, that didn't help me. Is that a TEA irregularity? No. Is it a district irregularity? Absolutely. Had I known it during testing, yeah, I would have sent it to the principals. So we use that word, and I probably need to start changing. We probably need to change our vocabulary to incident, because a lot of cell phone things are incidents. Or catches it and stops it, it's not an irregularity. It's an irregularity when the kid uses the cell phone to look stuff up. It's a district irregularity when they don't want their phone in. And we do take it up. It's a teacher monitor irregularity. They didn't take up cell phones, or if they didn't have them sign the list. Now, if the kid hid their cell phone, you know, we can't search kids. So do you see how that works? What do y'all think? Should we start calling them incidents and then we come back with a regularity once it's turned in? Teachers do not have the right to not fill it. If they're requested by me, the district, to fill it out, or you, the CTC, it's got to be filled out. And it might just be that we need to know what happened. The monitoring logs, I get a lot of kickback on that. Again, remind teachers how much it saves them. Okay, so let's step back to the let's step back to the calendar. If you have a question on the calendar, there's one thing I haven't figured out. Okay, we've got two different kind of campus plans. And this was something I thought I was gonna just have to leave for you guys to do. So luckily enough, we're gonna get to look at it in the next 35 minutes, lunchtime, which will be a blessing because y'all can collaborate, which is what I originally intended. So there's two kind of test plans that y'all gotta come up with. The first one is the district test plan. And this is what we came up with. Some of you have already filled one out. And I know we've kind of put the cart before the horse here because we're already into this. But I want us to go on. The district wants us to have these. We were supposed to have them, but we didn't quite roll that out. So we want to do for math, for common assessment, and any kind of STAR prep, which is really a benchmark. Okay, it's not a STAR test. So these are district tests. And so, for example, who registers, who gives it, who's going to check rooms, who's going to do the list, who's going to put tickets in the bucket. These are the kind of things. Now, this is not a be-all, end-all list. We may continue to add because remember, we're all new to this. But I want you, don't write on this one. Save it. And as a group, we need to start working on this, and it needs to be, and we've already missed that. So we need to have it by the last math test when it has in place. And we've already set, I know academics has already said some things about common assessments. But what they originally wanted was for me to have you fill out a testing plan before every test. And we did have a math testing plan at the beginning. So I'm trying to come up with one document that will start filling out in August to cover the year. So this year is sort of your practice. Put down what you're doing, what you have. Keep it as a Google Doc. CTCs, I'll have a folder for you to put it in for me so that you can so you're not just starting next year with nothing. So we really want to have this done by that math test at the end of April. And then I'm going to put the CTC on every campus. This is the campus test plan. I don't like it. Because those of you who know me know I don't like long, drawn out. I to be 1 or 2 pages. That's why our before, during, and after checklist is 1 page. And some of you do beautiful handouts, and that's fine. But I don't want, you may want to move with high school.
Okay.
I don't want, like Elizabeth, and that's fine, but you still got to do the 1 page checklist. What I don't want, what did I not do? I don't really prefer an 11 page. But there are people in the district office who love it. Because there's an idea that if we fill this out, we're gonna have perfect testing. And I'm kind of in the middle. This isn't a 1 page. It can't be. I don't really know that we need 11 pages. So I want every one of you. And it's new to you. Kind of paid attention and I didn't have to stop. But I hope you ask questions. So from now to lunch arrives, which is 30 minutes, I don't want you doing other things. I don't want you jumping on your emails. I don't want you doing something else. I really do want you doing this. And there's a copy online. So for those of you, I gave everybody 1 paper to write on. But you can also download and copy this. And someone can type on it. Just don't type on my master. And I want you to go through, answer some of the questions in CTC. I want you to tell me, in your opinion, what's extra? What can we cut out? What can we condense?
Don't ask me.
Can we get this down to at least 6 pages?
None of it. That's nice.
And I think some of it's in the formatting and all the details.
That's probably more of it.
But I want you to fill in the testing plan as a group as much as you can, but I also want you to say, this isn't a question we need. We have district policy about that. Or, hey, you know what? You're not asking us about this, and it's very important. Those of you who are at the district level, feel free to do whatever you guys need to do. I so appreciate y'all coming. You want to jump in the high school or you want to help with PA feedback practitioners? Questions? Get to work.
Because you know, every time I try to get rid of this, somebody messes it up. We can't afford short.
Let's do the star one. Okay. Good question. I presented both of them. Let's do the star one first.
All right, Ruby, yeah.
It says star on. The other one is 1 page for the district.
Ruby Young. Ruby Young. Academy. I do is just copy and paste his signature. I keep on my computer. Huh? It really is just simpler. I can't stand your counselors. I was full of such a yeah, hear me, Brittany, hear me, because I know you have lunch. Talking about some, I've attached a requested document for your review. Shut up. By the way, you would know why I started loving all these. I forgot I had a watch. Like I'm emailing people. I was like, I don't have access to my phone right now. And I forgot till midway that I had a watch. Okay, Principal. Christmas. No, Greenwood. Date, whenever we finish it. Okay. Training plan. This one we gotta do before field, right? Just Big Star. which I guess now it's all the stars. It's no more baby stars. It's all, yeah, it's all big star, which is crazy. It used to be little star and big star. It's like you have a practice star. You don't have a practice anymore. Your practice was last year. You digging for a baby star? No, but I got the date for month. So it is the 14th, 15th, 16th. Yeah. So, and there's no instruction even. Yes, ma'am. Oh yeah, the week shift. She said don't. She said whatever teaching you're gonna do better be done by then. Yes, that seems like a wise choice. Yeah, that sounds like a wise choice. That was because we haven't gotten to talk because she and I had like a legit meeting yesterday. They have like quite a bit of information that it would actually probably be useful. And part of it was dates. No. I am disconnecting sound now.
the students that are gonna take the field test.
Mm.
And for, the Meadows, since you're so lucky, I want you guys to pull, for, Frank Bucks. So y'all both be pulling. And, I tell you what, why don't you go on and just pull your fifth graders? And you guys pull the third and fourth graders that take Spanish. Okay? And I'm not 100% that the Spanish is in there yet. So, because I haven't actually set that button yet, so the Spanish may not be in there, but this is an exercise. So you're going to change this, corrected it. Did anybody else see another correction that was needed in this PowerPoint? I want you to log on to Tide. I want you to, you're doing student information and then you choose your role. But everybody, don't get caught up in all the choices. You are doing exit school year 21-22. So you're gonna submit. So you're gonna go to student information. Don't forget, you're gonna do view and export. You're gonna choose your campus here. Okay? I'll do BAP just to have to do. You're going to, you're not putting in, because you're not doing it by individual or by name, but you're gonna do grade. So going back to that last slide,
Fifth grade.
you
You can't
should
prove it.
know what your grade is. It's testing. On the top, so the students. So like for VHS, you're doing algebra. You're gonna go to student information, you're gonna choose your campus, and you're going to choose whatever grade. Now at the high school, you're gonna have to choose. 9, 10, 11, 12. So what grade are we talking about that you're trying to pull? So look back at this to see what your grade is.
Don't check the list.
Okay? And so you're going to, like if I'm at VAP, I'm gonna have a whole lot of stuff, but let's just say 8, 9, 10, and 11. Right. And I'm gonna do so maybe I'm gonna do end of course eligibility. And I'm gonna choose out. Everything else is no. Whatever you choose here, where do you choose? That's just choose all students or star, HD, everything. You're gonna add that you got what is, like for here, we're just doing algebra. You have to click add, select it, and click it over here at once. And then you're gonna run search. And so right now at DAE, there are 14 kids that are set to take algebra.
I have a question.
Your second, I don't know. You may not have second grade.
Suzanne? Okay, Suzanne, I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm probably gonna have to end up emailing you too. We have some kids who have the same name, but they have different TSDS numbers in here. They're in here twice. Do you want us to just email you who it is?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're gonna export, and you're gonna have a list like this. The reason I want you all to do this is I just want practice to see, one of you can make your list control. But this is gonna tell you who's testing.
There is all students.
And you're not gonna have accommodations in there yet unless you're in the high school. And let me finish this. So like, do you need to know grade, date of birth? Yes. Do you need to know the campus? No. Do you need to know the district? Do you need to know the region? No. You don't need that. So delete those columns. You know, and you really don't need to know, you know your campus. So keep what you need. You don't need all this, except maybe you want to know, you might want to keep the bilingual, you might want to keep your special ed. And you don't really need this other. Think about what you need. You know, some of you are going to need language, some of you are not. This is what they can get home though. You're going to go across and you're going to look at, now these kids were all retesters. So at the high school, I might want to know that, but nowhere else. And then it tells you, like, they should all be online. Some of your elementary may not be online because we haven't gotten that far yet, but we will, and there's no other choice. And it's some of the thing that's irritating, like, it looks like these are all star all, but if you look at it, it says no. Which is irritating to me that it's even there. But it's just weird that way. It'll put everything in, even if it's no. So you may wanna, we're not doing interims. This isn't an interim test. You might see, oh, there are no star offs. I'm gonna delete that. Delete it down. We're not doing above grade. I mean, this isn't. We're not doing beginning of the year. Remember, this is not about BOY. It's more about you don't have Brown, you don't have ASL. So you see what you can do to really get it down and get it down. The problem is, and the thing we've asked them to change, is it like text to speech? It tells us, so this kid has no text to speech, but instead of just blank, it tells us every single subject it says no. Even though I only pulled for algebra. So there's some frustrating things with this report. But at the end of the day, you want to keep, and you may need to go through on your text to speech. Now, like I said, you're going to have to upload your accommodations. Right. So I just want you to pull it so you see what that process is.
I pulled it as I saw. I said to all those kids who are doubles don't have King's numbers. And so when I pulled the Excel sheet, I filtered it for every King's number that was missing. None of them have King's numbers or local IDs, which means maybe we put them in. Maybe I put them in. I don't know. I don't know. BOY.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Ms. Jackson.
I hope not. But
The roles for this student that runs out.
we had to first beginning of the year started.
Maybe overnight.
But I don't see. But I wouldn't have done it for all of them.
It's been more than 24 hours.
I could see Nathan, but not everybody else. Right.
And I don't know really if you read,
Well, that's interesting because I have
send it to me.
I have Grant too. Grant also has double. I'm gonna add to this.
Just keep checking.
Send it to me. Now, so you are going to need, when we're getting to this, and I'm gonna, we just really, you're going to have to, and this is more of a CDC thing, it's one of those things I told you when to get your accommodations in, you're gonna have to pull it from Test Town, but to pull it from Test Town, you gotta pull your kids into a MMS multiple session scheduling. You have to use that. Shouldn't be that, you don't have to even assign them rooms, which you're gonna need to, but you're gonna need to go into Test Town, set up field test, which I think it may be a choice, and just pull in. You only need to do whatever you're testing. You don't do everything. And once you pull kids in, then you're able to pull a report and you just upload it into Kmart. But I'm not asking you to do that today. But this is what it's gonna look like. If you see what I'm trying to show you, that you've got to delete columns or it's overwhelming. Guys, it's not easy, but it gets easier the more time you spend with it. It's like anything else. All right, without further ado, I'm going to introduce Dr. I guess it's outside Marcus Castile, but it's not. So I want you to give your undivided attention. And I've got some, I guess I should have done this before the presentation, but I've got some division of how we're going to divide it out. We're going to look at it at the end. But I want you to understand the word collaborate. And TELPAS is going to be more of a collaboration, and STAR is going to be more of a collaboration. So on TELPAS, if you're the lead, you're leading. But CTCs, that doesn't mean you do this. Because you're responsible for the registration, you're responsible for uploading the accommodations. You know, you're responsible for, we're going to do some test town things this time that we haven't done in the past. If you are a lead in SPED or in EL, don't say, oh, STAR, not my problem. Yes, because you have students. So the CTC's leading, but you are supporting by looking at accommodation. So from here on out, we are a team. We are going to talk about who's responsible, but at the end of the day, everybody in this room is responsible. For STAR, for TELPAS, for STAR. STAR, not so much because that's very specific to the expertise of the teacher, but the CTC still have to house the hyper problem.
Hi.
Most of you.
You met yesterday.
My name is Elena Campañolaga, and I'm the director for bilingual for yourself and for growth and for elementary GT. I mentioned what the timing is consistent. I like to break it down by program because all three are actually four programs are all different. Bilingual is not yourself. Yourself is not bilingual.
But she's streaming.
They're all different. In a nutshell, bilingual instruction in English and Spanish for only grades pre-K through 5th. ESL is pre-K through 12, instruction in English. Let's go. That's for them to know the English. And also our Spanish courses up in high school. It's recognition requirement for everyone. We only have Spanish up in high school, unfortunately. So let's see who have these other languages as well. So anyway, I think that you want my copy of the TELPAS calendar? Yes?
Yes.
I'm like, in some aspects, I'm like, it's not right. This calendar is also shared with you electronically, but I don't know. It's much paper still. It's so fast that there's no holding paper.
Sometimes.
So I like to use. So you all have that. But you referencing the calendar a lot. We started having those notes, but over this is pretty much final. If any changes were to be made, there will be on the Google Drive. But I have reviewed it about 20 times. So it might be pretty much final.
You going to my
So I
shirt?
can talk it with you and you can see you and I'll see you. Just for your
It's all in all of our calendars too.
this is year 26 for me. Started back in 1996. I started off a bilingual teacher. third, fourth, and fifth. I did that for 9 years. And then I got an assistant principal position. And I did that for 9 years. So I have sat on your seats. I hear you. I know that it's a lot. And that's why I make it very personal. I want to make sure that I make everything as easier for you as possible because someone did that to me when I was assistant principal. Then I did that for 9 years. And 6 out of those 9 years, I was doing my doctorate. Once I got my doctorate, I was a principal. Something happened, something changed. And I became a coordinator of part of the bilingual ESL on my dissertation in bilingual ESL. I did that for about 2 years, sequential learning. And then when I was in position for about 2 years, we had a 14-person department. We had Spanish curriculum writers. We had a translator. We had a lot of resources because our ISD is huge, right? And we have a lot of resources, and the Hispanic community is about, I would say almost close to 90%. So I was there, and then someone told me about DeSoto. He said, hey, there's a position that would be interested. Someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, there's a lot of work to do in DeSoto. And we think that you might help us. So I said, sign me up for it. I will take up the challenge. It's a big change for me to be part of the department to having and doing this for myself. So I've been doing this for 3 years. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I'm here to stay. I've invested a lot of time into the department, into the different establishing processes and systems for L1, for bilingual instruction. Excuse me, so I do both instruction and compliance and assessment. So I just wanted to share that with you so you basically know where I'm coming from. And already you can rest assured that I've done this in the past. And I even remember, some of you might recall, that 12 hours before was RPTE. Do you remember RPTE?
No.
I did that too. I've also lived through the terminology. I lived through LEP, ELL, EL, and now we are referring to all of our English learners as emerging bilingual.
Yes.
What's that?
She said she
No problem. Okay, let me tell you, this changes
all the time.
in September.
Yes.
So I'm still like trying to remember because I'm so used to EL. All of us are. So I know that could be, that term could be a little bit tricky because we don't have bilingual programming in right? But it is inclusive of all of our English learners, whether they're bilingual Spanish or French or German or whatever other language. So just help me spread the word that now the new term is EB, but this is only in Texas. National level is still English learners.
Yes.
So you will still see English learners somewhere. So having said that, I'm going to, now that I have your attention, I have all the statistics here, maybe I want to make 2 quick announcements before I jump into Talbot, if it's okay with you. It's okay with you all. But I wanted to touch base on the following because it's a problem, it's a concern that's happening throughout the district. So whenever we have students enrolled in the district, we need all of our teams clerks to write the names of the students in the particular spreadsheet that I have created. All the teams clerks on your campuses have this spreadsheet. And the reason for me creating this spreadsheet is because we need to capture all of the students that are going to be possible bilingual yourself. Because it's happening, you all. We get students that are enrolled that were not captured. Whenever a student enrolls that has the transfer from within Texas that already has enrolled or new to Texas, leads. The leads know exactly what to do. That's basically what. And if you don't know, which is the spreadsheet that they use to complete, I promise you there's instructions on the top that tell the clerks what to fill. And then it tells the AGDs what to take on from there. Make sense? So I'm gonna need your help with that. Please, because what happens is that like this page that we didn't capture. So I'm gonna beg you to please help me out with that. I will do it. The other thing I want to mention is that this Saturday, we have a webinar, an ESL test prep for those teachers that are not ESL certified. According to the state, all the teachers need to be ESL certified, everyone. We have state teachers, executives, and need to be state certified. Well, if that's if you're a teacher, you might have in him or her next year. So it is a state requirement that everyone is ESL certified. The bare minimum is to have the ELAR teacher certified. So that is where we are starting. We haven't finished yet, but we have all of our ELAR teachers certified. EDBs and myself, we did a lot of research. We found out who is teaching ELAR in the whole district, whether it's self-contained or different ones. Then we looked up all other certifications. And they are all. We identified those teachers that are teaching ELAR who have ESL students that are not ESL certified. And so we have a list, and those teachers, there's about 34 now. We have 41, now we have 34 ESL certification. Have been invited personally by me, and the calendar invite with the school link for them to attend the webinar on Saturday. So you should know by now who are those who if you have any teachers with the medals. All of our teachers are ESL.
Ooh.
So everyone else has at least one. So just a reminder to help me remind the teachers to attend on Saturday. And guess what? They're going to be paid $100 per attendance.
Yeah. Yeah.
And get reimbursed.
Mhm.
That means that I have my own Google, and if I want to have whatever it is to another Google, I just can get a shortcut and go to right update, or my main one updates it on the other one. It's a bit sticky, though, and don't have my shortcut, I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyway, the shortcut is in there. So please go to it. It's right here.
Let's make sure we're giving Dr.
I'll show you, Margaret.
Say Helena our undivided attention. Because no matter what role you're in, you're involved in health passes during this break. So let's give her our full attention.
Thank you. Okay, so let's find that top pass shortcut and we'll find the folder titled top pass presentation. So go to it and you'll see this part. Feel free to follow along with your screen or my screen. All right. So this is the new terminology. All right. So there's a unique. There's a link to a 2-minute video that explains why, more or less, the change in the terminology in the state legislature. Okay, so when I really want to go in there, it's linked in there. Then what else? Okay, we know that that's think of them as the language speaks. And the top assesses the helps, just like the trees, just like the star assesses the trees. So top So those are the teachers that are actually grading the students on their writing, and also for the lower grades on all the students. Then we have a couple section where they're files, and I want you to take a look at it. Please pick up. Especially with the Now, this is who it is. Ms. Hannibal is asking the CTCs to do the assemblers and verifiers. This is who it is here because they even did that last year. And the reason behind is that last year, in the years before, we struggled to have the teachers turn in the writing samples to the EDs. The EDs are classroom teachers. Listen to it. I'm not a teacher. They struggle a lot. They were like, that teacher, why did you find samples? Why did you find samples? That's not work. And so Ms. Hannibal said, all the teachers are going to send their writing samples to the CTC. That doesn't mean that the EB can help you. The EB can help you sort them out and put them in folders and so forth. But it is a responsibility of the CTC. We'll talk more about what that involves. And then for the alternate, students are taking start off, they're most likely going to take job as alternate. So this is only for students that are going to spec and either bilingual or BSM. Make sense? So you all will need to not have anything to do with self-consult. But you as CTCs do, and you don't need to know who they are. I have a list for you. All right, so this is the actual grader manual. This is like a statewide deadline. When you have at the bottom is the link to the electronic copy of the 12-hour calendar. It's like this direct link. Okay. So all I did more specific. Other than ones I'm dealing with now, that's the other girl, walk through. And this is for all of us. And we're going to have about the registration, the regulations, the practice and release test, the real-worship, we do not have anyone taking the real. All right, so here's some overview. You know what the classes for all K-12 students take it. Look at the bottom bullet. Bottom bullet. Someone get that out aloud.
Monitor students do not need to be tested. They are no longer classified as a notified.
Thank you. So we have students that are for ESL, students that are for bilingual. We have students that are for denials. Everyone takes the test except the monitor kids. Why? Can someone tell me why?
Because you're already exited. Yeah, you don't need to do it.
You don't need to. And they met the excellent criteria, so they're no longer taking time out, they don't need to. So we still monitor this case. Okay? But this is not because if we need to tell us to monitor student, it's a huge irregularity. Okay, so please keep an eye out for that. So another component. So this is like here. Difference between the grades, only the grade. Hey, what? Going to holistically rating. What that means that the teacher is going to rate by observation. So the teacher does an observation on the 4 domains. And we practice them somewhere. Table 1 students, we do not collect the writing samples. No collection of writing samples for kid 1. No writing collection samples. The teacher does an observation, and when we rate them, we upload those ratings into Academy. For grade 2 and 12, and this is a little bit different. We still assess the 4 domains, but it looks different because so the writing is holistic. So that means that we do collect the writing samples. We know that, right? The online tests are for will assess the reading and the listening and speaking. Okay? But it is 2 different tests, 2 different online tests. One is not only. That makes sense? Good. This is a snapshot of what the domains are. We're all to learn a second language or a third language ourselves. When we can show mastery in these 4 domains, then we can say that we have mastered that language, or we can function in that language in an academic level, not just a conversational level. So those domains are, but I won't be that because it's very self-explanatory. The ratings. So when we talk about ratings, so what does that mean? That means that we're going to rate each domain in the writing with these 4 ratings. Most of them are newcomers, no English at all. Then we have intermediate. We have advanced, which is a grade appropriate, and then we have advanced high. Grade appropriate with just a little support. Okay, so we go from intermediate, advanced, and advanced high. Advanced high being, of course, the highest. Once a student gets advanced high, or language domain that is part of the excellent criteria. So all those 100 kids, they all have advanced high and low the rate. Possibly not in the math, the second year they were, they learn English, but it is like research says the language is acquired to 6 to 7 years. So we should be able to see a progression to the students. So like a newcomer, that's a beginner, is not going to be advanced high in 1 year, maybe not even 2. So let's be aware of that as well. Sections where the students that are SPED or SPED in itself do not take all the language domains. We have a few students that may only be taking the listening and the speaking, but not the writing or the reading. That's a hard decision. Okay? So I will tell you, that tells you exactly who are those students that are not taking all 4 domains. And of course, that's a hard decision. They know that. Well, they are in conjunction with the other one. Okay? One class is go to the slide because now just click on that list. Open it up. Here, see the list of all students that are double dipping into like a SPED and other programs. So there are about 49. There we go. The students that are highlighted in yellow, we already know the ones we said in the cell have all. Yeah? If the student is not highlighted, for example, this page in the capital, Dr. Hill, go over to the farm. you can see that the baby is taking all the lanes. You see how all the lanes are crossed out? And it looks like everyone is. There's one baby right there. So you got, well,
Why
I
is the
think.
youngest grade
I looked at it. So one of them is,
home language?
pretty much actually taking the top that's all. When you do second one, the stuff that's all, and I'll go over that in a minute, it's only straight to the 12. And stuff that is paid to the 12. So anyway, this baby is gonna take the regular art, I'm sorry, the regular top out, but not all the names. He's only taking, he's not taking the right. Does that make sense? But she's not doing that. Guess what? No, you don't wanna do that. It's gonna be a good fear, and you're not exactly what you're doing. So Sam talked about this earlier. It's going to be very rare that we ask for students to not take the online test for child tax. And for that, y'all need to let me know. We all need to know this. I have not heard of any students that even child tax before paying pencil as a gift. That this is very rare circumstance. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's for the first there. If they want to give the students the opportunity to practice the field test, we also want them for students to give the opportunity to do the tutorials, the top test tutorials. All right, so these are the manuals. The manuals you all are also in that class folder. There's a folder, I think, this folder that we're doing. That is titled manuals, they're all in there. Okay, so you can also put them there. It's not what to send the manuals to the campus. Yes, send them this way instead of every next session. We will follow on that there. Gotcha. So you'll be getting those copies, so you have access to the electronic version. All right. So the online training center on the LMS on campus opened already. And opened January 10th. The assembly and verifying training already open. So all PTCs, you can go ahead and go to campus now, go to the LMS, find the assembly verified training. And I promise you, it's easy. I took it in 20 minutes. There's no test for you to take. You just go through the training, submit, and you get your certificate. It's not like the calibration that you actually have to pass. Okay, so please make a note on your calendar somewhere to go ahead and go to Cambian and take that training. Check it out. The EDVs are going to be asking you if that is computer related. And we also have basic portion from today. Yes, thank you. And open on Monday. So, the basic online training, and please write this down somewhere. Thank you. Basic online training is for all teachers that did not break last year. Okay? So if you have a rater from last year, and we have a certificate, I'll show you what we have. They only take the calibration. Make sense? So if they did not wait last year, they will need to take the basic online training. And again, the basic online training is just a course that you take. It's not a pass or fail. You take it and you done. After that, that's just going to need to take the calibration. So we'll go over that. That's what we're talking. Calibration. I promise you, all these things are on. So there are some pages one will be able to only, I'm sorry, the calibration will hold for the following year. So in other words, not confusing, just because there are changes, this is saying that we do not need to keep getting recalibration unless there are changes, but there are changes. And so that means that we are all going to be able to calibrate, even if we calibrated in the last year. Does that make sense? Okay, some requirements up here. Here we go. So there are credentials. I trained all the DVDs on Monday. If we went to an activity of how to make the radar. Well, basically, you need one radar for per cluster. So the thing is, the one you need to substitute that you might need to and then you designate a radar as radar. So if you have one kindergarten and two first graders, you can have one grader do all three kids. Because they are by cluster. So we have a kid with one cluster, we have a second grade cluster, 3 to 5, and then 6 to 9, and then high school. So your EDUs, which have EDUs, they know how to designate the radar. It's not like anything, right? KJ already have most who the radars are. And so talk to your EDUs that will show you how to do that. So those are some of the credentials. Okay. Listen, I hear this every single year. Well, I can't have this teacher be a radar because she's not ESL certified. No, that's not a requirement. The only requirements for a radar are these. And this includes having a teaching certificate. That's it. So if a teacher says something, you can't make me a radar because I'm not ESL certified. You can say, all you need is your teaching certificate, so yes, you can. And taking a lot of you're not ESL certified, you should be ESL certified.
You gotta see what I'm saying.
Be mindful of that. All right, and then we started a letter tradition with great signature each other, similar to permission for writing only. This is what I wanted to show you. This is a flush art. Okay? New graders. That means it didn't grade last. They will need to take the online exit grade and then the calibration. Right? The returning graders, we have a calibration certificate for them from last year. All they need to do is the calibration or be recalibrated. That makes sense? So please take note of this. We do have all the calibration certificates for everyone that was here with us last year, and I have them by school. Of course, your teacher is not in campus, and was not there last year, we need to go back to where they were last year. We have a teacher at Cracker Hill that is new to the district. I'm sorry, Fenwell. She's new to the district, but she calibrated at the purple district. So I would have her calibration certificate, right? But she printed it and she showed it to us. Like she kept it. So like you're good to go because you calibrated last year, so all you need to do this year is just calibrate it. Understand? So as some of your teachers will tell you, I calibrated last year, not doing renovation, not doing what they tell us, but you need to actually show me the certificate. Now this is gonna change next year because everything's gonna be safe on Cambium now. So all the certificates that we get this year, we're going to be saved there. And next year we can just come reports. And we know exactly who needs what. And last year we didn't have it, so I actually asked everyone, email me your calibration certificate, and I uploaded it to a Google Drive and I, renamed it, the campus and the teachers, so we can keep track of that. It was crazy before that. How would you know? So that's all right. These are the basic components. Seven clusters. I don't find it funny. So this is what we don't have. And you know where students are, you know where babies are. So talk to your EDs and start designating them now, right? We need to tell them. We need to tell them. We need to tell them that either you taking the basic training course, the windows open, whatever it is now, or the time you're good, you only have to calibrate and the window opens next month. Right? So that's what we need to start doing that now. Okay. So every year, this is my gift to my meetings every year. The calibration sessions need to be monitored because they do need to pass. They can't, you know, we don't want this. So one time we tell teachers not to collaborate, right? They need to pass it. So my gift to you all is that I do the calibration sessions for you. You just need to tell me who is the calibrate. So I don't know. You tell me who they are, and the EDs know where to go to write those names down. And then I bring them all in. 3 years ago, I did it here in person. So I have the instructions come in, go here, this is the password, or your headset, your talking, your POEs, and so forth. The last thing would be that online, right? So we need to do that. I'm sure I get the monitor online. You have got to figure it out. What's good? So my gift to you this year is to continue doing that. I'm going to calibrate for you. However, I can only do that 3 times a week. You guys are home, in a row. Like I'm gonna do it Monday, time to calendar. Monday, the 14th. Go to February, please. Yeah, it's on Monday, 14th of February, to the 15th, and Wednesday, the 16th. If you all can send them to me, I can have you calibrate. However, whoever doesn't show up on those days, they need to come back to the campus and draw them to calibrate. Okay? I can show you how to do it. I have it ready. Everything written out with screenshots and so forth. But I can't be doing this the whole week. I also have other things to do as well. So I can do it 3 days. Then after that, it's going to fall back on the CTC. Yes, thank you. The times are from 4 to 6. You do know that on the 17th and 18th, we have district-wide professional development, right? You do know that, right? So I'm trying to see if they can also hold in-person calibrations then. I'm gonna ask for permission because there's all these training that we need to take. So I'm gonna ask for permission if I can do it on the 17th and 18th as well, but I don't know at this point, so they might say no. So if they say no, then that's when you need to do your calibration after school. Okay? So the monitor calibration session. Ladies and gentlemen, the calibration sessions, you have 2 opportunities per day. So let's say all of you are calibrating here, we're all calibrating together. You have 2 opportunities to pass. You don't take, if you take the first time, you didn't pass, you have a second chance. If you didn't pass the second chance, you come back the following day. We try again for 2 years. Possible.
Hey.
For 2 times. And that's what I'm trying to do. Like I know who's coming. If they didn't calibrate successfully, then I move them to the other section. If they don't calibrate those back then, then I move them to the next session. And then if they don't calibrate at all, then we can't use that person, unfortunately. So we want everyone to have. All right. So this is where you go for the basic online training and for the assembler verified certificate. Same side as Sam was showing you the elements. Okay? And then you see all the trainings. Those are the ones we're going to choose. We're going to choose celebration set. And then also the so anyway, all the training is on here. So you only have to sign in one time and then you go. This is what I was talking about earlier. That it has a history. So you will say everyone certificate how it is. Show. So this screenshot. But then CTC next year, we're actually distributing. You should be able to pull the reports whenever the teacher gets a certificate. So this is what I'll be going to see who have a great certificate. So Suzanne talked about the DEI earlier. This is where we're gonna go. Then we're going to upload all the ratings. Remember, what grade levels do we collect the writing samples for? What grade levels? 12. So all those ratings are going to go on here. Okay. No, K1, we collect writing samples?
No.
No. But the ratings still have to go on here. Does that make sense? Because how are you going to report it? It's not going to do us any good. All the ratings stay on paper. You have to bring them up here, right? One people out there to the DI and tell you what the score is. Our decision or statement circumstances of things are exempt for a certain part of topics. If they're taking topics, and I'm going to go to topics out next, they're taking topics out, they're not extended in any domain. They take all the domains automatically. It's observation. How many of them classes there?
Add it to a test to make your own test. No,
This is so exciting. It's exciting for me. Guess what?
What?
They are going to be embedding field writing questions on the topic. So that means whenever they're asking us field questions, what does that mean? That they're looking into either coming up with a new test or replacing a test.
Right.
So what I want to tell you is that it's like next year we will not have to collect these writing samples.
I hope
Because
praise the Lord,
the test is also going to go online.
Hey.
Yes.
One
That's
less thing.
beautiful.
One less thing.
Oh my goodness, that was
Yeah.
Point. So this may very well be the last year that we collect writing samples. So that's coming up. I know, that's beautiful. Okay. So let's see when we have the first and third part. Let's see how we can CCC. CCC, where are you? Then you are also just a little bit part. So this is very next. We're going to collect writing samples for all the different subjects. I have the writing prompts for you already. There's some formulas there that all you need to work there.
Appreciate.
You choose the writing prompt and you give it to your teacher for that specific day that you're working on.
She said that already.
What the paper do not include. And make sure you read this on your own. Please read it right now. And then also, this is the part here. We have a part sample and we have a correct form. So look here, please. We have a cover page. We have a part writing sample. And actually, this is the back of the cover sheet. So this is the front of that. This is the front and that's the back. So make sure that everything is completed thoroughly. And then you have the back samples, and then your teachers are going to write all the students right there. All the ladies. You're going to take the sheet, and you're going to come to DI. Transfer from paper to the DI to make it official. Make sense? So there's a thing I'm telling you to for us to do that. And then before I do that, I want you to just take a look at your calendar. Let's go over it real quick. Super fast. The 26th, we're getting trained. We'll see that it's not that day today. For the 2 Thursdays, everything will happen in February and March. Let's do that February. What happens on the 4th? Someone tell me.
Writing samples.
That's what we collected, they're very specific, and we don't rate them, right? We rate them until March 21st. So we just collect them, with the cover sheets, and put away, knock them out. Okay? What happens on the week of the 14th?
Fifth grade is testing.
You can do it before. I mean, it doesn't matter, but kind of scaffold that everything. So you follow everything on here. You'll complete everything. And then on the 14th, 15th, and 16th, that's when I do the calibration, right? What happens on the week of the 21st? Besides the holiday? What happens? That will be the online test for reading.
They would have to.
And that's also the last one for the calibration. What happens on the week of the 28th? Listening and speaking. That's when we do that test. Remember, it's 2. One is the reading, and the other one is the online speaking. And you can get, it is recommended also to not take both tests on the same day. But you can do like one day you can take a reading, another day you can do the listening and speaking. I just broke it down like this so we all can see what are the specific tasks. Does that make sense? And they do not want us to do the reading and the listening and speaking on the same day. It's too much. Too much. It really is. Okay, let's go to March. What happens on the week of March 7th? Makeup. All things are set up for makeup. Then we have spring break. Anything intentional you want. I want to talk to enjoy our spring break. I want to talk to spring break. And have completed already the top up online testing. How's that? We did not last year. We worked out great. So we want that. Because once we come back from spring break, what happens? Well,
Star.
we're tired.
Star. Oh, no. That's me.
That's what we want to do on this break. So we are done. The right sample.
You don't.
Go for it. Take the right sample. Okay? Anyone is going to break, listen and speaking, the writing, of course. But then break to the 12th is when we want to break the sample. Right? Okay? I have some tables you'll see on the bottom. First, I'm taking the all people on the 22nd, and then on the 25th. What happens on the 25th?
Input them all in the ambient.
Go to DI, and then put all of your ratings. And then on the 28th, that's me, and on the 24th, that's how we want to do it.
This is drawn out.
Okay? That's why I said everything happens at the original. Okay, so I'm gonna go count that all real quickly. You know, ready for the next student, so I'm gonna take that all. I pray this all has all both or get to the app and they can put the sports. So Tapas off is a little bit simpler, just because it is, the students are, have a learning disabilities, high cognitive needs. And so in a nutshell, really, that's what Tapas off is. So here it's talking about what are the hard forms that are completed. And you have to participate in those. We do need to have a Tapas off documentation for all of our students that are designated as Tapas off. So I checked with the bonus, it's amazing. And she asked the feedback, you know, something there. And so anyway, those are the ones that are, there are some exceptions. For those students that are nonverbal, they can be extended as Tapas off. And also their medical needs are high. So, these are the descriptors that the Tapas off teachers, have in reference to, like how they determine their grades. So they go this, and then the proficiency levels, the behaviors, pretty much have like grades, you can choose whatever behaviors that the students are showing. It's not for the whole division, it's about 5 pages. That's it. So basically, you know, for the manual, the basically, and actually, what we are for the rating, the Tapas off is somewhat simple. And there's no calibration, right? For the Tapas off, or how to go on PowerPoint, the trade, and the different trades. So just simply watching on the difference, the Tapas and the Tapas off. I feel like regular Tapas or Tapas off, we should be using the right terminology. The Tapas. There's some passports that go into town, so that is the market. These might be all these features, I'll take care of. Yeah, this is the right here, and I'm sorry for the because student enrolled, okay, before the that is called a transition rate, something all we are responsible for, we're responsible for all the assessments. But if they enroll on February 22nd, all we are responsible for is on that test. So if one love is enrolled February 22nd, we don't need to go back and get some writing samples for that day. Okay. You know, the video is online test. Valid. So I can use the both however, we can't trust the standing district to see where it's took to be normal. So that day is transition day, and it is not on your calendar. Make sure that you're aware of that. So yes, continue all. We all of a sudden we do students that go for it. We know. I think that's it. Any questions? That was a mouthful. Any questions or comments?
Yeah.
Anything?
They just count.
Sorry. Anything? No? That's good? No
Mhm.
questions or comments?
solid.
Okay, ooh, okay, well, thank you. Ms. Wallace. So, Ms. Wallace is going to talk to you guys very briefly about straw two. You can come on down.
No.
CDC.
I'm glad you did it. I would have laughed. It would have. What's it? Text messages.
So we're going to, CDC was talking about it.
Miss Andy.
Yeah.
I don't think I can see it. I was just gonna go. So you gonna have to get oils? Cool. Well, congratulations. I definitely will. I'm glad that you're growing and going. That is exciting.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. Yeah, so I'm sure my father is the coordinator to the Commission on Safety Department, and I work with a specialized program. So we're going to talk about short versions of the law. And one of the reasons that we're making this so brief is because a lot of the training is done by SPED because it impacts the people in the classroom, those specialized teachers. However, CTC, you are responsible for the paper, for keeping and all that which we've discussed. And then again, special ed leads will be involved. And then those of you who are ESL, we're keeping this brief because it will be back up. So, guys are able to read, so I'm gonna get the highlights. And we're gonna text off. To have a significant conference together. These are the key dates from the state for the SBL is done. It's gonna provide us dates for our district. It's typically a weekend event. So whatever you think is, I'd like to have it like a week, sometimes. This is new. So in the past, they enrolled or to start off in 2 windows. They not take this test.
Right.
They take it now. Yes, reading. I see the eyes. I'll let you read.
I'm glad we don't have it this year too. That's a
That's
good
new.
thing.
So Region 10 talks a lot about that. They really want to make it good. That if they come in the window, they take the stars. Nothing major here about the testing materials. One thing I will say is that the state has told us that they are going to send us extra materials. I know it does have to drive around, just try to get things. We no longer have to do that. They're going to send extra materials out. Go over with you guys about the distribution of how you're going to get your materials. The one thing she's already talked about is your image cards. Never check out. Now, this is important. The participation requirement, this has not changed. but it has to be conducted during your art meeting. Who facilitates the art?
Administrator.
Not the DIAC, your campus
Administrators.
Your campus administrator, and that is who is completing the form. Now, it is not the campus administrator responsibility to know every single thing on the form. That's why you have your committee. So everyone gives information in this form is filled out. It has to be completed in art, and the assurances have to be completed. And on the live binder, it should have the form on there for you. It's also for your Excel pass off. Has to be completed during your art meeting. For both. Okay? Here's a website. This is new. It has some release tests on there. If you want to look at it, please feel free to do so. Look at it. A lot of good information. I'm not going to go into detail of this. You guys are able to kind of look back on this. Once again, your teachers that will do Excel pass all will be trained through the special education department with support of Ms. John. So we're going to go into more detail with them. Who should give the test? It should be their teachers. Specialized programs are out at, for 3-5, it is Thomas campus, which is most. They have the life skills unit there, applied academic and strides. 6-8 is at McCowan. They have applied academic, and West has strides and life skills. And then the high school has all of them. But specialized programs, you guys are not impacted by STAR Alternate. As a campus, you're not impacted by STAR Alternate. You might have a single student, but as an entire campus, you're not. It's important that you review the window when the teachers can see the materials and make sure that your teachers know, which all my teachers know, this is not a time that they go back. They know that they're reviewing it, they're getting things that they need to have everything presented, but they're not going to go back and say, oh, okay, I saw this and then so. They're not. I know y'all would be like, they're not. We talked about the giving cards already, how it's prepared for us, and one thing I wanted to talk about is classroom cameras. This is always something that you should think about. It is fine that they take the test in the classroom that have cameras. It is not an issue at all. So people are like, why is it recorded? Yes, it's not looking for stars. Right. That's not what that counts. And we know about the 1% waiver. We know that only the students that we know to do superstar offense are the only students that can take it. We cannot say, well, this baby is good. I feel like they can be successful here. It's not based on our thoughts and our feelings. It's based off of what data says and everything. That's why we have to complete STAR into this patient. And the rest of the slides are just resources. Any questions for me? I think your silence is being really understood. Thank you. Now it's time for a break. And I think all of the stuff with and we have Charles Harris did such a great job of taking on really getting it done for us. So right now, 2:32. So your break was supposed to start at 2:45. So let's just still take a 15-minute break, which will be 2:47. So we'll be back a little bit early, which is always good. See you back. It's saying it's 3 hours, but it's
They gotta go. They both have that.
Thank you.
So some of you may be looking at the schedule and saying, well, I'm done, but you're not. That wrap up is important. I know it doesn't seem like it may be accountability is your lane, but I've recently been in a meeting and it really convinced me that we need to all be more aware of it. And that's why I've invited our expert here. So I want you all to hear this. It's not time to leave. And then when we come back, we're going to go over a couple of things about division of responsibilities. And I'm going to take questions and then you go. But I do want everyone to understand the importance of this presentation. I recently heard this guru, John, speak at a conference I was at, and he said growth wins. And I even got me some bracelets, which I don't think I brought over here. So growth wins is something about someone, and I'm sure y'all can do.
Oh, they tell you that I've knocked down the camera. How good our fans, how could they make it, Raisha? How could they make it? I'm sure they were paying bated breath. Have you figured it out yet? What? You
So like you can display it, but you can't make your own text. So I gotta figure out how to make my own text.
Okay.
Once I figure that out, that's all y'all gonna be doing.
Yeah, because that's what I was like.
They ain't teaching you. You put on computers and we'll figure out the tools.
That was the reason, yeah. Because I just saw it and I said, when I just saw what it was, I said, oh, he gone here. Oh, wait a minute. I was gonna ask you this. You be on Shein all the time. About how fast is their shipping?
2 weeks.
I'm trying to find, I need to find some silver or navy shoes. Like flats.
Well, it depends on where it's coming from. So like one of my things that I ordered, it took like 4 weeks to get here. But it was just like, it was like one thing out of an order of 20.
Yeah, I ain't taking that risk, man. Not now, just because it's too close to the thing. Noel said that it's officially been approved. We're officially, we're officially a go.
Who is it?
Yeah, because they're waiting for I always forget us about Lewis approve it. So Hannibal would approve it. Okay, look at our duct tape that I'm gonna order. See if we can find some other duct tape. Like, I figure if we're gonna get duct tape, it should at least be duct tape.
Duct tape.
Ma'am.
I like the stars.
See, this is it. Duct tape is not just duct tape. Sometimes you have to find joy in the little stuff because real life sucks. So
That's why I sit in solitary confinement.
no, this is why we find this all the stuff that you guys laugh at. It's because I know life sucks. That's why I put pretty colors on random crap to make myself happier. I gotta get myself a pack of earrings. I need to get myself a red shirt.
Why red?
Huh?
Why red?
Because I saw this outfit with a long sleeve red shirt that I thought that I owned, but I don't own it. And so then when I tried to put it together this morning and I didn't have it, nothing I wore was actually gonna make me happy. And so it has to be a red shirt because when I go to Taffy, I'm wearing these pants that I'm very excited about. Thank you. I'm super excited about them with a red shirt.
You're determined.
It's just, you know how sometimes you just see,
You envision it.
that's what it was. And what I thought I had is only for like if it's coolish like this, not for when it was cold like this morning. Because I gotta be prepared. cold, not coolish.
Especially in February.
Yeah. See, all of these are entirely too comfortable for the vision I have in my head. I have to go to a real store. Screw that crap. Really don't have one. They don't have choices. I saw Walmart had this velveteen blazer that was fire.
I saw on TikTok that Walmart has like a food store.
They have a what?
It's like a food store. So it's like where they try stuff out. Oh my gosh.
Nearby?
No. But I
was about to be. It was about to be a field trip situation.
I was like, this is nice. Is it TikTok? Where is this at TikTok?
TikTok. Oh, I bet you it's in Arkansas.
No, it was like, I don't know if she said South Carolina. Cause it looked cold wherever she was at.
What is tomorrow? Thursday?
Kickboxing day.
Ooh, yep. Because all of a sudden you're going to have a whole kickboxing class and half of it's going to be the staff.
Tomorrow's kickboxing. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, shoot. I sent it to the wrong place.
Sent to your house.
Kansas.
And you'll get that back at the end. So if y'all can get back in your seat, if you can stop your side on the questions, by the way, I do have those, but I don't get those out until the end of training.
And I found a place to make our triple kit.
I said it down back there. Right there.
Yeah, I was real wrong. I mean, not even kind of. Not even. Yeah, how are you?
I'll let you introduce John Smith, in case you don't know him. He is the person that I earlier referred to as the acquisition. We talked about all please.
Yeah, my name is Josh Newton. I'm your data strategist for districts, one of the things that I help with in the state of Colorado. Okay, so we just want to do a quick, you know, it's been 2 years since the last time we got data consolidation was August 2019. The last 2 years, we've rated districts and not rated comparatively faster because of COVID. But TEA is going to be giving us a kind of motivating for this school year that we did in August 2022. That's the plan, right? It's some crazy math. At the moment, TA is saying we are giving stars, those kids kind of vote rates, that's what we're doing. So I think that's what we just need to do. Just a quick reminder of some of the stuff in accountability, especially to star, just affects us so much. So the first part of so there's 3 pieces of the 3 domains in the accountability system. The elementary and middle schools have a slightly different format than high schools. High schools, instead of just the big chunky star, they also have the information data on college for readiness and graduation rate. That's also the district's accountability rating. You can see that difference right here, that is the all of domain 1. But part of it is graduation rate. I'm not going to dive a whole lot into that because I only have high school on campus, but people from the high school have to the 3 domains of accountability is domain 1. So that's either all SAR, elementary and middle schools, or domain that CC mod rapid. Domain 2 is broken into 2 pieces. The first second part is relative performance, and we'll talk a little bit more about what all of these mean. But what TPA does is they basically look at those three indicators, those three scores, and they give you the best of those three. Right, so they say which one your school or your district do the best at, and you get that in 70% of your school. And then domain 3 is the other 30%, and this is around closing the gaps. And this is just based on individual targets for a bunch of subgroups that are set at the state and federal level. So 70% of that rating comes from either your scores, just your basic star score, how you did, or from growth. So performance or growth, whichever one you do better. And that comes over here to be that 70%. So which of those three buckets scores that? And we're going to kind of dig into what those all do. Does that make sense?
So Josh, for fifth graders who had had tests since third grade, they're comparing the growth from third to fifth, since you can't compare it from fourth.
They will only look at growth for kids who took STAR in 2021 and in 2022. So if you have students who didn't take STAR last year, they won't be part of it.
Yeah, we don't get credit. We find out who took STAR, who did. The folks on there who took stuff.
So it's either or.
Yeah,
It's not a combination.
With the domain 1, domain 2A and 2B, they look at all three of them and they say which is the highest, and that becomes 70% of your pie chart. Got it. And then the other 30% is that. Because it's not an average, they say what did you do best? And whatever you did best, that's what 70% of your score is.
Question, just going back to what you just said. For instance, we had a school that had 100-something kids, but only 12 of them took the STAR test last year.
Yeah.
Only those 12 will be counted for growth this year.
Yeah.
Well, that still kind of against us for that 80-some kids that didn't take.
Yeah, so they're just going to look at kids. So if a kid didn't have a STAR score, I understand if they didn't have a STAR score last year, they are not, they just don't worry about it for
At all.
So they only count for performance.
They only count for,
They only count for performance.
Yeah. The freebie only if they grow.
So that does mean if we know you took STAR last year, we better make sure they grow this year.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
every kid, yep, every last one of them has to grow.
So just real quickly, I just want to talk about where the scores are coming from, all three, just to make sure we all remember something that's finished. So domain 1, like I said, elementary, middle school, all STAR, and then go high school to districts, we go in that CCMR and graduation. The STAR performance, they take the percentage of your kids that are at or above approaches, plus the percentage at or above needs, plus the percentage at or above masters, and divide that number by 2. And that gives you a STAR performance. So while approaches is good, all your kids being at approaches is not going to end up with the accountability score, right? Right? You've got to have kids that are in this domain 1. You've got to have kids that. And another way to think about that is that the kids that are at masters count 3 times, right? Because if you're at master's grade level, you show up in the number for approaches and the number for right? Those masters kids show up 3 times. The needs kids show up twice. They also show up in approaches. And the approaches kids show up. So for domain 1, the way you get that number higher is getting more of those kids and those needs and masters buckets, because then they start being in your numerator 2 and 3. This is an example of what the accountability reports look like, right? They'll take this approaches number at 69%, plus your needs percentage of 31, plus your masters percentage of 15, down all up to 115 divided by 3. So here the domain 1 composite score was 38.
shots, 30, 38.
So that's a component when you got scale.
Right, they change them to number grades.
Yeah, so if there's I don't know how that, there's a scaling tool you basically go to, and you can type in, I got a 38 of my components, and it'll say this, that's a A, a B, a C, or a D, and the actual number on a 0 to 100 scale. I think that was probably a series. But can you copy this PowerPoint to the, it's in your folder, and that.
It's a D.
Click on that.
It's a big, as a dog.
Yes, 65, at 65D.
So those are all the great numbers, right? They're not terrible, but that's not high enough to say that. There's a scaling tool if you want to go in and just play with some of the different numbers. Like what would it take to get a C? What would it take to get a D? What would it take to get an A? You go with some of those numbers and the high school definitely have to do a rapid CCMR before. About the just that overall domain one total product performance. I think most of our campuses in the past did not get the points for building. Most of us are from building 2A, which is growth, or 2B, which is relative. So we're not talking about those a little bit more. So domain 2 is called student progress. And there's 2 scores you get. You get the growth score or relative performance score, and your domain 2 score is just the better. They only look at kids who have prior year test scores. And they only, so for like science and social studies, they don't do growth scores because there isn't a prior year. Every time you have science scores, there's not a prior year. And they don't do anything kind of biology. So what for this, we're only looking at kids who put star last school. And it's not, the calculation is a little more complicated, but the way that it's done that the kids do or not is more or less, were they at the same percentage score or higher than they were last year? If I was 6 presidents, we had 65% correct on 3rd grade math. If I didn't get 65% right on 4th grade math, I'd have grown. I stayed the same, but I got the same percentile level. But I masked, I on my year, I was on the next year's test, but it's like masked the same amount of material. In general, if that happens, we just see more growth. We're looking at the star progress measures, but I think 90-95% of kids, if they're the same percentage or higher, they need to go. That's just the easy way to think about it. Instead of trying to take it all the time. We get these tables that look like this. Basically, green means that you get a point in growth. Blue means you get a half point, and red means you don't get any points. So, if you're a master's, you count for growth with a master's, right? The master's this year, you'll notice here if you were meets last year. And you were meets this year, what they look at is your star progress measure. And that's the thing where it's got the same percentage you can meet your target. For the last year, you were this year, they look at your progress. Right? So you get a whole point, and you get half. So if you were meets, and you fell a little bit, but you stayed meet, you still get half a point for you. But we don't get that whole. Right? So what's important to the growth is that you don't drop. Drop, there's just incredibly few kids that end up over here that drop from approaches that do not meet at some point. It can happen, but it's incredibly good. So if you stay, if you were meets, you stay meets, or you were approaches, you stay approaches, you at least get half of them. If you stay at that same percentile level or higher, you don't. Does that make sense? So So just to give you an idea, this was just an example of where we went from 2018 to 2019, like our table for the district, you can see where it gets done. So we had a lot of kids who were weak in 2018 who did not end up being weak in 2019. Or then masters, right? We had a point of students who were needs that end up being did not meet our approaches. We had 535 kids who were approaches who did not meet. A lot of kids that and we did not meet, right? That's kind of get you grow. We did not meet. I think the thing that's interesting is if we took all those kids who dropped the level and moved them up into the blue bucket, which they dropped in their bucket. They didn't grow, they didn't fall out of the bucket. Our district's growth score was up from 66 to 77, which meant our accountability rating, instead of being a 79, would have been an 85. All we've done is cut every single kid in the pocket they've been the year before. We would have gotten 6 more points out of B into C. That also would have a pretty big impact on our campus accountability rating. Right? They not have all done it by 6 points, but they all would have, but most of them would have done it with a lot of those users. So growing kids is incredibly important, and keeping them in the bucket they were in the year before helps even if they drop a little. I know, I'm sure y'all saw our STAR scores last year. They were lower than in prior years. So I think we have a great opportunity this year to grow. Right? We saw learning loss across our district, across the state, across the country. Because we saw that kids that were virtual just did not develop skills. Out of that, make up that from that having been out of school and having had instruction. I think growth is the place that we can really knock out the park. That makes sense. Other part of building is called relative performance. So here what we're looking at is how did you do on STAR compared to other schools that look like you? I'm doing graph into that economic disadvantage. So if you were a campus that had a higher economic advantage status, and you can get a higher score here. Basically, they have a table, and you can put the economic advantage down here on the bottom, and the scholarship components on the right. So like you can see that if you have 0% economic advantage, you're in the low 60s to get from F to B. But after a higher economic advantage rate, that same STAR performance gets you a B. Right? You get to look at is data from across the state. Right? So they say that we see that schools and campuses and districts that have a higher economic advantage rate generally have a lower STAR performance. This is just adjusting. There's the whole example of a high school with this economic disadvantage rate and their STAR component, and they ended up with a B, and that's how a high school got their 70% of the points. So even though the number of they maybe was a higher global representation, you're at that 2/3 percentage. So this is also a place that we can earn points. About half our schools for relative performance, and about half our schools about those points. So it's probably one of those places. So if anyone stresses growth, right? That's where they are moving forward. That's how we can get a lot of points, especially when it's all time business. Any questions about this going to pieces? Okay. 2023 is, there's 4 different areas to it. It's called closing the gaps. Essentially what the state and federal government did is they said, hey, we see that different groups of students and student groups are at different levels. And what we want to do is kind of close those gaps. So they set statewide targets for where they want to see the student groups to be each year. I list them, so I've got a list of seven. And what they're looking at is your needs rate in math and reading. Looking either at growth or at elementary, middle school, or graduation rates from high school. English language proficiency stuff like Pell Pass scores. And the quality, so once again, that starts in middle school or CCMR for the high school. So here's just a list of the types of groups we're looking at. We're looking at race and ethnicity, but also at advantage, SAG, and then kids who go continuously enrolled, which is just a 3-year general standard, or kids who have. And what they'll do is they'll say, here's your target, right? So for reading and ELA, our targets of all students is 44%. We were at 35%, so we did not meet that target. That's okay. African American students, the target is 32. We were at 34. We met that. So we did that. You have to have 25 kids in these different subgroups in order for them to actually do a calculation. That's why you see like American, Asian, you have 25 kids that are in 8 and 17, and you go score their yes or no. So they just add up all your yeses and nos. They do the total number of yeses divided by how many things you actually got to score. Right? Total yeses divided by all the yeses and nos. And that's giving that good scale. They were always the same. Did we need to target for that makes sense. That's on scale. Every school that states got the same thing. Questions about how the domain scores get calculated? So we also shared this with principal. They have what a 2021 calculator yet, but it's a 2020 calculator. So if your team wants to go and say, like, what would it take for us to be an A? What would it take for us to be a B? Right? You can go and you can kind of plug in some scores. You can see what you can do. The values. This loop actually shows you your 2019. You'll type in your campus name. And it'll show you your 2019 data in a box where you can change it and plug in what you think your 2022 data might be. And then you can see what would small or big changes. They tell us we shouldn't use last year's scores for accountability, but I just was wondering if we had done accountable, what would happen last year. The district would have been at a 66. So that's a bit of a fall on rate that we saw our star scores. The other big thing here is we couldn't calculate growth last year because there was no 2020 star. Right? So there's no prior year star test calculated. It won't go 2 years back because they say then we don't know what year the growth happened. Like did it happen this year or did it happen the year before? Combination of the two.
Really, you know, this doesn't have.
But I think also there's stuff out. Extensive data crunching. That's what I say. Yeah, just to talk about the power of what growth can do. What would it have taken last year for us to be? We were talking about growth, and I kind of have that title, what happens if every kid stayed in their bucket, nobody fell, my needs to approaches or masters to meet. The growth score we would have gotten. We would have gotten.
So wait, You're saying they didn't even grow, they just didn't digress.
That's all
Is
you
that
have
what
to
you're
do.
saying?
So even if all the years
So
are wrong,
if they were meets and they stayed meets, but they went from 70% to 65%,
same question.
we still
That's all
got
we
half.
can do.
Is that the limited?
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
the
That's
limited,
limited,
but
okay.
That's all.
you don't get
I
the
know
whole.
the electric
Right.
closet
But
is not
if
really.
if that had happened in
That-
2019, like all people that dropped the bucket from like meets to approaches and still say meets and limited, we would have like had
Still,
6
it's
million
potential
teams
expansion.
that have
Still.
succeeded in this.
ID.
All we needed, even with our usher was a 74, and we would have been a 77 if we had everybody limited to that 0 up there. Like the following category. So I just want to like a B rating, which is not out of the question, right? If we can get kids to grow, that helps us a lot. Almost none of our closing the gaps indicators in 2019. We would have gotten any of them in 2021. I think this year, I'm hopeful that our stars were going to be up a bit from last year, right? And that means we'll get more of those, so that means we can be even a little bit higher. I know that there's a big focus that we want every single campus to get an A, B, or C this year, right? That's a major goal that we have the system. If TA is not giving out D or F ratings this year, you're still going to get a number. It's going to say like 65 not rated. So everybody's going to know you got a B, right? But it's going to say not rated. And there was the legislator included that in some legislation last year. The reason they're doing that is because there are rules around consecutive years of D's and F's. And once you have so many years of D's and F's, there start to be interventions from the state. So the not rated is just giving us a grace year that doesn't count as a consecutive year of D and F's. If you were a D under that one in 2018 or 20, if you were a D under that in 2019, and you end up being a D or F in 2023, those still count as consecutive years. That's the years that you were rated. But this gives you a chance to break that cycle. But if you don't break the cycle, you don't get the penalty of getting an additional year of a D. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to have a superintendent who's not accepted, right? But that's kind of why we can operate this additional year. And COVID was there were still COVID things going on. They want to give us one additional year. So, why growth matter for a campus? Let's talk a bit about growth. If you grow well, growth could be 70% of your score. But if you're in elementary or middle school, growth is also 15% of domain 3. Whether or not your student groups met the growth targets. So growth, if you do it well, you end up being 85% of your accountability score in an elementary school or middle school. So if you do growth well and you should none of your kids fall from meets to master or masters to meets to approaches. And make sure a lot of the kids that stay there at least stay where they were, like they stay at that kind of level. You're going to be in good shape. Right? If you're more than 85%, another 15% is still high, you're still going to have a good score, right? For the high school district, that's still 70% of our scores. So the 30% could bring a little bit more if those were lower, but it's still going to be a little bit. So that's why growth matters. In terms of what gets counted for growth, I've included the tests that people have. So like I said, it's only math and reading. It's grade 4 grade reading and English 2. And grade 4 grade math and algebra 1. So any kid who took a prior year test last year and this year, they'll be looking at those assessments to determine if your kid's group. Any questions? so much for all you're doing. I know it's a lot this year. I know that COVID has been crazy. STAR testing, math testing, what else? Telepath testing. Every time I turn around, see them talking about the next test. So thank you very much for all the work you're doing. We're gonna get through. If y'all see help, if y'all have questions, want to just speaking about accountability or just some ways we can follow the point, please let us know. We'll always happy to help you. You did text last year. Yeah, that's what just asked us about that in the last couple of days. So we can work on that. I think we should ignore them. We want to make sure those kids.
Start giving this COVID.
Testing.
But all these lists you get, you haven't tested, he created his own model for that.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass this down. All right. So I know you guys are wanting to move on. I want you to look at this with me. Some changes that occurred today that I wasn't aware of. So there may be some changes in this division of responsibility. But this was what I did yesterday based on the information I had. As you guys know, and as I've said all day today, my big thing is about collaborations. I'm a lot more interested in you working together. And I did not put this on here because it's a draft. We had something at the beginning of the year, but as I got into Canyon at the high school, I realized more and more the differences and the huge amount, and that there's a lot more work in Canyon for the CTC than there was in ETS because of the way the processes work. And they have changed the one thing from the score, but they haven't changed a lot of other things. So that's why this is a draft, so that I can still kind of look into a few things. But the overall responsibilities, let's look at this together, please. If you have a question, ask it. If you don't think it's right, email. Okay? So, because I don't want to get mired down and I do want to go on. So I want to go through it. If you have a question, raise your hand. If you have an argument, say after or email. We'll talk about that because I don't think everybody wants to sit here. So, kind of an overall general CTC's managed state assessments and some of the other district assessments, especially math, which is all consuming. They upload accommodations into Canyon, they register students when needed in Canyon, they manage test count, and they pull all the reports for every assessment. They train test administrators, and they prepare and oversee campus test days, and then they collaborate with me. And that is the bare minimum. There's a ton of stuff goes in there. I registered campuses already stated, so I didn't put my jobs here. The spedling, we've already talked about that you're going to check accommodations. You assist in understanding accommodations on your campuses. I understand you can't sit into every car, but in general, you're considered the expert of what these accommodations mean. If you don't know the answer, you have resources, or you have me, or you have your CTC, but just kind of you're sort of that person that helps with the understanding. Collaborate with your CTC. You do train your teachers to some extent, but for the most part, and that would be more on accommodations. And then the big training is really done by the district for Charlotte. So I did put that there, but that actually is a district so I'll take that off.
Yeah, please, I was getting nervous about that one.
Yeah, I understand. The EV leads, is that correct? EV? So you also check accommodations, you help in the LPAC and the assistant what accommodation team, you collaborate, you train your teachers on TELPAS. And when I say train teachers across the board, I'm meaning on accommodations. And just you're kind of helping, so I'll try to assist. And then you are training for TELPAS and TELPAS law. And then 504, it's kind of the same thing. And then others, you may change as your different campuses have different things. But other people that will be involved are ICs, counselors, anyone you have on your team. When we get to STAR, so that's kind of overall, but to look at STAR specifically, you can kind of see what this is. I'm not going to read it all to you. The CTCs kind of know what they're involved in, and you can see that. But for SPED, English, emerging bilingual, and for 504s, I'm asking you to help facilitate practices. That doesn't mean you do them, right? That means that you encourage your group. So I'm not expecting that Ms. Richard is going to go do practices with her whole campus. But I am expecting her to encourage her SPED teachers. I am expecting you to encourage your EL teachers. I'm expecting you to be part of the group that's pushing practice, because that's our weakness. And if if you're pulling kids out or you're working with kids, you need to help your campus work on that. So facilitate and check on it. Is it happening? Because your population needs practice more than anyone else. You've got all kind of things going on. You check the accommodations, and then 1 week before, now 2 weeks before it stops, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that gives you a week to see if they're accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But it needs to stop in interrupted testing. 1 week ahead, that Monday before testing starts on the following Tuesday, your CTC is going to ask you where your signed document is. Okay? And then for counselors at the hospital, you're going to collaborate. They're going to collaborate with checking records to make sure we're testing who we know we should test. And that might happen 7 days further, not much. And then I kind of broke it down for STAR because there's so much to kind of before, during, and after. So during the CDC runs the show on the day of testing. But that doesn't mean they have to hand out every single ticket and every single bucket. And it's very helpful to have more of the leads in there helping, especially on the middle school and high school campuses. What's your job? It's to assist. However, remember I said earlier, I loved it when I didn't have to assign my leads to a room so they could look after their babies. Sometimes that doesn't happen even more important. I want you to also be the ears and eyes for regularities. Not because the CTC is often back in the testing room. You're more out on campuses. So I really want you alerted your CTC. Hey, I saw this. Not asking you to be a sneak, but we've got to know because we can't afford that hit because of the regularity. You're going to monitor your population in any way you can. And that might mean that as the EL lead or the ED lead, that you're actually giving the test because there's only one classroom. And anything you can do in that manner. And then you're going to assist in contacting parents for absences. Does that mean it's your job? No. I'm just asking to assist, especially at the hospital. I know a lot of times we had a teacher, we had an EL lead who spoke Spanish. A lot of times they would call the parents to do a better job of explaining, getting them up there. So I'm just asking for your assistance when we need to communicate. As some of you in SPED, you said in ours, so you have a rapport with the parents. That's all else not. Again, assist is the key word there. We have admin assistants and others will be called. And then after testing is over, we're going to pack any materials and shred your materials. Luckily now we're mostly shredding. There's not much packing. then what am I asking the leads to do? To help organize, assist, and collaborate. Okay? You don't have any main responsibilities after testing. But sometimes I know for me to have Frederica or Mr. Marks just stick their head in and say, can I help you today? I guarantee you, Ms. West can tell you, or Kim can tell you, Dr. Reynolds. And sometimes just having someone step in and say, hey, what can I do to help you gather this up? To organize, because they've got to scan all that paperwork in and they've got to put it in folders. So sometimes just to help put some in alphabetical order, or even just to help answer a question about someone in your population. Tell test. This is where there was a drastic change that I didn't know anything about. And so I'm not going to address tell pass because I'm not sure about this. And I had been pretty adamant with the CDC that they had to do all the work in Canyon. But now they're also going to have to take up all the writing and do with that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustments I'm going to have to make. So we will leave till pass till I've got a chance to wrap my head around this. And then for start off, it's pretty straightforward. CTCs, you register manually as needed. You will do that role for start off for sure. You upload accommodations. You do have paper material, so we're going to have to go back to that scanning like we used to do in test town for everything. And you will store it daily and pass it out. You don't have to, have the sign-up sheet just like in the old days of paper testing. You are responsible. So you give it out to the start teachers and you take it up. They do not keep it in their rooms overnight. They bring it back to you. If I was you, I would set up a time. This isn't a free for all. Oh, you'll just stay here testing and all that. Set up a time. And in the past, in April, and I know Ms. West will have this, when she's doing English testing, she may say, you can't come till 9, because I've got to get these at. So you guys set up your schedule of when they can come, the earlier the better, of course, and then what time they have to return. You don't just sit there all day. But work, collaborate, work with them. Maybe they can text you if you can go and meet them. Whatever works. And then you will scan in the materials, pass it, put it in for shipping, and Richard and I will come and pick them up. The other group, the SPED leads, it's the district, and I'm sorry I didn't put that in the front and the top one. They are going to train the STAR teachers, but when I say train, you do know from today some things about Kenya, and you can step in and help in them. They will also track attendance with the teachers because that's not really something that's going to come to the CTC and start off. You will report irregularities. Mostly your CTC, your teachers, your life skills teachers, they come to you. If they don't, maybe they should come, but kind of check in with them if you're the lead. Is everything going all right? Do you have any irregularities? And then you make sure it's completed on time. We had a huge issue with that last year. If that would have happened this year, we called real problem, irregularities, and in our rates. So it's not enough. We had a campus last year where a teacher gave all the tests. Yeah. So not gonna call it a campus. Remember last year, remember what a confusing time it was. Remember we had a lot of new people. And we didn't have this stuff. It was online, nobody, paid attention. So you may have paid to come in today, but trust me, it's better to be an online. And again, I'm sorry we haven't had more hands-on, but I think that we've had a great job. Everyone who's presented has really known what's going on. I'm happy. So happy. But just make sure that key part of collaboration is what drives you. And make sure CDCs and leads, if it's telepath, that you're, make sure that everyone is testing. And for Star Off, that's easily, because a lot of you leagues don't really deal as much with Star Off. But in this case, you're gonna have to check in. You're the league. And CTC's you too. And then, of course, at the district office, Ms. Wallace isn't here any longer, but she'll be checking in. But we want to have layers of checks. And if you look on your calendar, you'll notice that the due date for Star Off is a week before the deadline. And I looked on Dr. Vargas's, and it looks like that deadline is pushed back to the Monday, because we don't want the deadline to be on the last day. Now, having said that, on that testing, Josh was supposed to tell you this, but we're gonna keep it open till Friday because of the number of absences in our district of teachers and.
Oh, no.
But he has things that he has to report. So if you have some glaring problem, we need to know, and we're working with the hospital to see, because that's a little different thing. I also had a couple of really good questions about the field test. And yes, it runs like a regular STAR test. You don't have class, you don't go to class, we'll assign them now. And I'm not talking elementary, because you're a different world, so your people are gonna go to their classes. But those of you in middle school and high school, you'll assign rooms like you would if we were in a STAR test. And you will, do your paperwork in test town, just like we normally would. What? So that will, it's like a mini day of STAR. Does it count? No. Do you want to tell the kids that?
No.
Not just no, but
No.
no.
Hell no. I'm with him.
So,
Hell no. He was correct. He was correct.
So it's like a mini,
It's a little star.
it's like a mini STAR. It's a great way to practice. And again, the key to doing well on it is to make sure that everybody's ready. And CTCs, yes, will use testing. Remember, have to put it in the MSA. So I'm not gonna bother you anymore this week, CTC, but we will have an online meeting. And what about Tuesday or Wednesday?
It doesn't matter.
Tuesday?
Wait, for us, wait a minute. We start each
All right,
meeting
then y'all
on
wanna
Tuesday
do
now?
afternoon?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Afternoon.
Okay, I'll do an afternoon virtual, and if you want to come in the office instead, I'll sit out, I can sit in that area next to me. So far, I've never had that. If you know anybody was here this morning and they left, as long as they were here through that morning, they could be ready. Okay. No, there were a few years ago that we had different oaths. We had an oath for CTC, we had an oath for principal. We had an oath for technology. That didn't happen anymore. I have an oath that I sign online. Superintendent has an oath that they sign online, and everybody else signs this. And then if you're in technology or a principal, and every year I have.
You have
principal.
You do have.
Every year.
This is a code.
They are incorrect. Yeah, you put down.
Lumbar, I know, that your whole hands is gonna break and you keep in. You read this very.
And once you are done with that,
Okay. You're gonna go back to.
you can go, or you can stay and ask questions. Look at that. I've never finished garden in all of the. I'm going to Dr. Esteban into, Lawrence, Walker, and Wallace, and I do very much. Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is the TEA be-all end-all. And remember, you have the document to go into a little bit more detail if you need to. But this is it. Anybody leave here today and not know how the Bostic security is all about?
No.
Anybody feel like you need more on it? There you go.
Girl, I was so mad at you. Because she had me out here. You remember? Because you were in it. Like, I just messed up. Watch. I just ruined my top certificate, but I mean, I just messed up. I just did it.
Christy, is it letting her do it again?
Huh?
So let me do it again. And you can turn it
We do that, this part, this John's,
The middle part on the back,
right here.
just the
Is your
campus testing coordinator.
So just in case.
It says campus testing coordinators are required to.
Oh, not the spot.
See this on the back? This is middle. Only CTC has to sign it.
Is the way our life is set up currently, right? I'm afraid to not have official records.
But you're already, but your papers are starting. See, that's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's.
That's okay. Normally I would then bring it to you.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not. And you know what? I'm just gonna put a note, assistant.
She needs that too. Whatever that. I'm sorry, you need the same addendum. She gotta get that same one because you have the same thought. She just needs to be
Really working in our 504 in order.
the same addendum she has. Right, she's gonna need that because that's my official background.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes.
So I took it.
I said, no, I said, just so you know, she's an assistant. She's my assistant in my official background.
I got it.
Yes, that's what I said.
You want to take that one?
No,
I don't have on.
no.
I sent you the scores.
Thank you. That's it.
Hi, Miss Richard.
I say,
Yeah, I guess I got it. Phone hold.
hell, no. And she said, what do you really say? Hell no, that's right. Oh, right.
I'm not gonna work tonight.
No,
I'm gonna make you fast.
I live in.
that was part of the trade-off. You can finally go, and we're good.
I'm gonna make you sad.
It's not great, but it's not as bad as Pearl either. It's just complicated. It's just, you know what I mean?
The only thing I gotta reach out to Josh Newton. Because those scores, they don't have Riley on there, but I know she took some. So I need to reach out for the kids that didn't go to DeSoto.
Oh, let me turn this on. Go ahead, no. No, you're fine. Wait, no.